Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, we uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. What if Harry woke up at age 7, and chose to reject Hogwarts forever? And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. Chapter 1. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of dust, damp wool, and the faint, lingering sweetness of rotten apples from a forgotten snack. It was a smell that lived in Harry Potter's bones, as much a part of him as the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. He lay on his thin mattress, staring up at the slats of the stairs mere inches from his nose. A spider was weaving a web in the corner, its movements slow and precise in the bar of weak dawn light squeezing through the air vent. He was 7 years old today. The Dursleys hadn't remembered, not that he'd expected them to. Aunt Petunia's voice was a sharp drill from the kitchen, complaining about the milkman's timing. Uncle Vernon's newspaper rustled like angry leaves. Dudley was already thumping something, probably a new toy truck, against the floorboards above Harry's head, sending little showers of dust onto his face. 7. The number felt heavy. Significant. It buzzed in his skull, a dull hum underneath the usual morning headache. He'd been having dreams again. Not the usual flashes of green light and a woman's scream. These were different. Vivid. A giant on a flying motorbike. A stern, square-jawed man on a cobbled street. A letter, thick and creamy, with emerald green ink. A place called Hogwarts. He squeezed his eyes shut. The images were clearer than any memory of his own life. He could smell the parchment, feel the weight of the paper. He saw a stern, hook-nosed man in black robes sneering down at him. Clearly fame isn't everything. He saw a kind, elderly wizard with twinkling blue eyes offering him a lemon drop. You have your mother's eyes. Asterisk. A sharp, hot pain lanced through his scar. He hissed, pressing the heel of his hand against it. It happened more and more lately. When he was scared. When he was angry. When the dreams came. Boy, get out here and set the table. Uncle Vernon's roar shook the cupboard door. Harry scrambled out, his limbs stiff from the confined space. He kept his head down as he entered the kitchen, a room of gleaming surfaces and sterile cheer that always felt like a museum he wasn't allowed to touch. Petunia was slicing grapefruit with violent precision. Vernon was hidden behind the Daily Mail, his mustache twitching. Dudley was attempting to force an entire sausage into his mouth. Move, you useless lump, Vernon grunted, not lowering the paper. Duddykins has a very important playdate with Piers today. We need an early start. Harry wordlessly fetched plates, avoiding eye contact. He could feel their collective gaze on him, a mixture of annoyance and profound discomfort, as if he were a stain on their perfect linoleum. He was setting Dudley's oversized plate when it happened. Dudley, in a fit of glee over his sausage, knocked over his glass of orange juice. The sticky liquid arced through the air and splashed across Vernon's newspaper and neatly pressed trousers. The kitchen froze. Vernon's face purpled slowly, like a grotesque sunset. He lowered the paper, droplets of juice clinging to his mustache. His small eyes locked onto Harry, who stood frozen, a plate in each hand. You, Vernon breathed, his voice dangerously quiet. You did that. I didn't, Harry started, but it was useless. Don't you lie to me, you ungrateful little freak. Vernon surged to his feet, the chair screeching back. Everything you touch turns to rubbish. Everything. You ruin breakfast, you ruin my paper, you ruin my trousers. The rage was a familiar beast. Harry braced himself for the grip on his collar, the shake, the shout that would make his ears ring. But today, the humming in his head rose to a shriek. The scar burned like a live wire. The images from his dreams flashed, the wizard with the twinkling eyes, the sneering man, the letter. Hogwarts. A place of magic. A place for freaks like him. A deep, cold clarity washed over him, cutting through the fear. He was 7. He had lived 7 years in a cupboard, being told he was worthless, a mistake, a freak. And now a dream was telling him there was a place for him. A place that knew what he was. A school that would train him to be a proper freak. Vernon's meaty hand reached for him. No. The word was soft. Barely a whisper. But it stopped Vernon dead. He blinked, as if he'd heard a mouse roar. "What did you say?" he whispered back, the quiet more terrifying than the shout. Harry looked up. He met his uncle's eyes. He didn't feel small. He felt that cold clarity solidifying into something hard and unyielding in his chest. "I said no." Petunia made a gasping sound, like a fish on land. Dudley stopped chewing, his piggy eyes wide. Vernon's confusion melted into apocalyptic fury. You dare, I'll thrash you within an inch of your." The kettle on the stove, which Petunia had just filled for tea, began to whistle. Not the normal, steaming shriek, but a high, piercing whine that climbed in pitch until the windows rattled. The stainless steel sides of the kettle glowed cherry red. Then, with a deafening bang, it exploded. Scalding water and shrapnel blasted across the kitchen. Petunia screamed, diving behind the table. Dudley wailed. Vernon shouted, shielding his face. Harry stood amidst the chaos, unharmed. Not a drop of water touched him. The shrapnel seemed to curve around his small body. Steam curled in the air, and in the sudden, ringing silence, his voice was clear. "I am not a freak." He didn't shout. He stated it. A simple, immutable fact. He turned and walked out of the kitchen. He walked past the steaming wreckage, past his cowering aunt and cousin, past his uncle who was staring at him with a new, primal terror in his eyes. He walked to the front door, pulled it open, and stepped out into the quiet, sun-drenched morning of Privet Drive. He didn't look back. He didn't take a coat. He had the clothes on his back, the shoes on his feet, and a burning, scarred knot of certainty in his soul. They could keep their cupboard. They could keep their insults and their lies. And the wizards in his dreams, with their letters and their twinkling eyes and their secret world, they could keep it too. He was 7 years old. And he was done. He walked down the pristine driveway, the neatly trimmed hedges a blur of green. The normality of the street felt like a mockery. A car purred past. A neighbor waved. He didn't wave back. He walked until his feet ached, until the orderly rows of identical houses gave way to a scraggly park on the edge of Little Whinging. He collapsed on a bench, the adrenaline leaching away, leaving him shivering in the cool morning air. He was a small, thin boy in oversized, second-hand clothes, sitting alone. What had he done? The thought should have been terrifying. He was alone. He had nowhere to go. No food. No money. He'd just walked away from the only home he'd ever known. But the cold knot in his chest didn't loosen. It was the first real thing he'd ever felt. It wasn't happiness. It was something fiercer. It was ownership. For the first time, a decision, a catastrophic, possibly stupid decision, was entirely his own. No one had made it for him. No one had told him to do it. He had looked at the life laid out for him. The cupboard, the hatred, the eventual invitation to a magical world that clearly knew about him and had left him here, and he had said no. The sun climbed higher. His stomach growled. He watched a group of older boys kick a football, their shouts carefree and distant. A shadow fell across him. Harry tensed, expecting a policeman, or worse, Uncle Vernon in the company car. It was an old woman. She was tiny and bent, wrapped in a shawl despite the mild weather. Her face was a network of gentle wrinkles, and her eyes were a milky, pale blue. She leaned on a gnarled walking stick. "You look a bit lost, dear," she said, her voice like rustling paper. Harry just stared. He had no energy for lies or stories. "I left," he said simply. The old woman nodded, as if children left home every day and ended up on her park bench. She sat down beside him with a soft groan, the bench creaking under her slight weight. She didn't look at him, just gazed out at the park. "Sometimes leaving is the only way to find your place," she said. "The trick is knowing what you're looking for. Or what you're running from." "I'm not running," Harry said, the defiance flaring again. "I'm rejecting." The old woman's milky eyes flickered to him, a sharpness in them that belied their cloudiness. A strong word for one so small. Rejecting what? Everything. The word felt too big, but it was true. The Dursleys' world. The Dream Wizard's world. All of it. She was silent for a long time. The football boys moved on. A breeze stirred the leaves. "My name is Agnes," she said finally. "I live just there." She pointed a crooked finger towards a row of terraced houses that looked older, shabbier than Privet Drive. "My cat, Barnabas, is a dreadful hunter but a good listener. And I always make too much tea for one. It's a lonely business, rejecting everything. You still need a cup of tea." Harry looked at her. She wasn't smiling a sugary, false smile. She wasn't looking at him with pity or suspicion. She just looked, matter of fact. As if offering tea to a runaway boy was the most normal thing in the world. The cold knot in his chest shifted. It didn't soften, but it made room for a new, fragile feeling. Curiosity. And a desperate, aching thirst. He nodded. Agnes pushed herself up with her stick. Come along then. Before the nosy Parkers start calling the constable. Harry stood and followed her. He didn't look back at the park, or the direction of Privet Drive. He followed the slow, shuffling footsteps of the old woman towards the shabby terrace, towards a pot of too much tea, towards the first thing that had ever been offered without a price. As he crossed the threshold of her small, cluttered house, smelling of cat, old books, and lavender polish, he felt a subtle shift in the air. A quietness, a stillness that seemed to absorb the constant, low-level buzz of fear and anger that had always lived in his mind. It was the quiet of a door closing, not just on a street, but on a destiny. Up in a high tower in a distant, enchanted castle, a delicate silver instrument spun and emitted a tiny puff of smoke. In a cozy office filled with curious gadgets, a wise old wizard paused while adding a lump of sugar to his tea. He frowned, peering at a blank parchment that had, only moments before, shone a shimmering, reassuring light next to the name Harry James Potter. The light had not gone out. It had changed, hardened, its color shifting, from a warm gold to a cool, steely gray. Albus Dumbledore set his teaspoon down very carefully. The familiar twinkle in his eyes faded, replaced by a deep, thoughtful concern. He stroked his long silver beard, his gaze fixed on the now neutral parchment. Well, he murmured to the silent, sleeping portraits on the walls. That is, unexpected. Far away, in the dark, snake-infested ruins of a forgotten castle, a wraith-like form stirred in the shadows. A pain, twin to the one in a small boy's forehead, lanced through a spectral skull. A high, cold voice hissed into the gloom, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury and a flicker of something else, sharp, sudden apprehension. Something has changed. And in a small, tidy sitting room in Little Whinging, a 7-year-old boy who had rejected the world accepted a chipped mug of hot, sweet tea from a strange old woman. He took a sip. It was the best thing he had ever tasted. Chapter 2. Agnes's house was a museum of quiet survival. Every surface held something, a dusty porcelain shepherdess, a stack of yellowed National Geographic magazines, a thriving spider plant that trailed from a macrame hanger. The air was warm and still, thick with the scent of the lavender polish she used on the dark wood furniture. Barnabas, a vast, ginger Tom with a chewed ear, observed Harry from the top of a bookshelf with one eye open, his tail twitching like a metronome. Harry sat on a worn velvet armchair, his feet not touching the floor, clutching the warm mug. He drank the tea in slow, careful sips, the sweetness a shock to his system. He hadn't realized how cold he was, deep down in his bones, until the heat began to seep through the ceramic into his palms. Agnes puttered in the tiny adjoining kitchen, the sound of a refilled kettle and the clink of a tin a soft domestic melody. She didn't ask him questions. She didn't fill the silence with nervous chatter. The quiet was a blanket, not a void. When she returned, she placed a plate on the small table beside him. 2 digestives biscuits. Plain, unassuming. To Harry, they looked like a feast. Eat, she said, settling back into her own chair with a sigh. Your hands have stopped shaking. That's a start. He ate one biscuit slowly, savoring each crumb. The simple act of eating something given freely, without the expectation of punishment or a list of chores owed, felt like a foreign ritual. He finished it and stared at the second biscuit, warring between hunger and the ingrained fear of taking too much. It's yours, Agnes said, not looking at him. She was knitting something lumpy and gray. No debt, no tricks. He took the second biscuit. As he ate, the reality of his situation began to press in, colder and heavier than the tea was warm. He was here. He had nowhere else to go. What did he do now? Sleep on this chair. For how long? The sofa pulls out, Agnes said, her needles clicking a steady rhythm. It's not grand, but the mattress is clean. Barnabas might try to sit on your head. He's a dreadful familiar. Harry froze, the last piece of biscuit halfway to his mouth. Familiar. The word hung in the lavender-scented air. It was a word from his dreams. The hook-nosed man in black had sneered it about an oily-looking cat. It meant a witch's animal companion. He lowered the biscuit. His heart began a slow, hard thump against his ribs. He looked at Agnes, really looked. The milky eyes that saw too much. The gnarled hands that moved with an economy that spoke of hidden strength. The absolute, unshakable calm in this chaotic, cluttered room. "You're one of them," he whispered. The words were barely a breath. The clicking needles stopped. Agnes set her knitting in her lap and turned her pale gaze on him. "One of who, dear?" The people. From my dreams. The magic people." He couldn't say, wizards. It sounded ridiculous here, surrounded by doilies and copies of Reader's Digest. A long silence stretched. Barnabas yawned, showing needle-sharp teeth. "Dreams, is it?" Agnes finally said. She didn't confirm or deny. She studied him, and Harry had the unsettling feeling she wasn't just seeing a small, ragged boy. She was reading the lines of his face, the set of his shoulders, the stormy green of his eyes. Her gaze lingered on his forehead, though his fringe covered the scar. "I left them too," she said, so quietly he almost didn't hear. "A very long time ago. Found it all a bit noisy. And rather prone to drama." She picked up her knitting again. "The biscuits are just biscuits, Harry. Not portkeys. The tea is just tea." He hadn't told her his name. A fresh jolt of fear, different from Vernon's brand, shot through him. This was a different kind of power. Quiet, knowing. "How do you? You have a look about you," she interrupted, not unkindly. The look of a child who has been measured for a crown he never wanted. "It's a weary look. I've seen it before." She nodded towards a framed photograph on the mantelpiece. It showed a younger, clearer-eyed Agnes standing with a severe-looking man in elegant, old-fashioned robes. They weren't touching. They looked straight at the camera, unsmiling. "My brother." He stayed. Loved the noise and the drama. Became quite important. "I preferred the quiet." Harry stared at the photograph. The magical world wasn't just in his dreams. It was here, in this ordinary sitting room, in this old woman who offered tea and a pull-out sofa. It had left him in a cupboard for 7 years, but it was here for her. Why? The question burst out of him, raw and cracked. Why did they leave me there? With them. He didn't need to specify who, them, was. The bitterness coated his tongue. Agnes's needles clicked once, twice. "Ah," she said. "That is the question, isn't it? The great, why? I don't know the specifics of your situation, child. But in my experience, powerful people, magical or not, often make arrangements for the less powerful based on what they believe is best. They rarely ask the less powerful what they want." She said it without anger, as a simple statement of fact. It cut deeper than any of Vernon's rants. It was the truth, naked and cold. He had been an arrangement. A chess piece placed on a square for his own protection, never mind that the square was a cupboard under the stairs. The cold knot in his chest, the one that had propelled him out of Privet Drive, solidified into something crystalline. A decision. "I don't want it," he said, his voice firmer now. "Any of it. The crown. The noise. The drama. I won't go to their school. I won't learn their magic." Agnes finally looked up from her knitting, her expression unreadable. "Magic isn't a they, or a them, Harry. It just is. Like breathing. You can choose not to go to a particular school. You can choose to turn your back on a society. But the magic itself, if it's in you, it's a part of you. Denying it is like denying you have a heartbeat. It tends to express itself. Often at inconvenient times. The exploding kettle. His untouched state amidst the steam and shrapnel. "I can control it," he insisted, a desperate edge to his voice. "I'll learn to control it without them." "Perhaps," Agnes conceded. "But control born of fear and rejection is a brittle thing. It cracks. And when it cracks, it can hurt people. Often the people you don't mean to hurt." She gestured to the photograph again. "My brother's control was impeccable. Perfect spells, perfect politics. It made him very respected, and very, very lonely. My control was different. I walked away. But I had to learn. To live with what I am, not just hide from it." She heaved herself out of her chair. "Enough philosophizing for one morning. You're a child who needs a wash and a sleep. The bathroom is down the hall. Towels in the cupboard. Don't mind the ghoul in the pipes, he just moans on Tuesdays." She shuffled out of the room, leaving Harry alone with Barnabas and the weight of her words. He found the bathroom, a tiny, tile-clad space. He looked at himself in the mirror over the sink for the first time since leaving. A small, pale face with two large eyes stared back. His black hair was a wild tangle, even more chaotic than usual. He pushed his fringe aside. The lightning bolt scar stared back at him. The mark of his unwanted fame, the reason for the arrangement, the source of the pain and the dreams. The symbol of everything he was now rejecting. He hated it. He wanted to claw it from his skin. As the thought crystallized, a sharp, searing pain erupted from the scar, so intense his vision whited out. He gripped the edge of the sink, knuckles white, biting his lip to keep from crying out. In the mirror, for a fraction of a second, he didn't see his own reflection. He saw a pair of vast, scarlet slits in a face of serpentine darkness, filled with a rage so profound it felt like a physical blow. Then it was gone. He was just a boy again, panting, sweat beading on his forehead, the scar throbbing dully. Control born of fear and rejection is a brittle thing. He splashed cold water on his face, avoiding his own eyes in the glass. He used the toilet, washed his hands. The ordinary actions grounded him. When he returned to the sitting room, Agnes had pulled out the sofa into a narrow bed, made up with crisp, faded sheets and a thick woolen blanket. "Get some sleep," she said. "We'll talk about practicalities later. Like how a 7-year-old plans to live in the non-magical world without papers, money, or a family." It wasn't said cruelly, but it was the final, heavy stone of reality. He crawled into the bed. It was firm, the sheets smelled of fresh air, and it was 1,000 times better than the cupboard. But as he lay in the dim room, listening to Agnes putter in the kitchen and Barnabas purr from his shelf, the enormity of it all pressed down on him. He had rejected the Dursleys' world. He was rejecting the wizard's world. What was left? A void. A lonely, frightening emptiness. Agnes's kindness was a raft, but it was small, and the ocean was vast. He thought of the photograph. Her brother, who had stayed. Important. Respectable. Lonely. He thought of the red slits in the dark. The fury that was tied to him, a fury that seemed to pulse in time with his own scar. He closed his eyes, but sleep didn't come. Instead, he practiced. He focused on the cold, hard knot in his chest. No. He imagined building walls around it, not of stone, but of that same clear, steely resolve. He would not be what the Dursleys said he was. He would not be what the wizards expected him to be. He would be nothing. Empty. A vessel with no purpose they could use. It was a bleak, terrifying thought for a child. But it felt like the only safe one. As he finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, a faint, silvery glow emanated from the direction of Agnes's bedroom. An elegant, slender wand moved in a precise pattern over a small, crystal ball. Agnes's face, illuminated by the cool light, was grave. "Yes, he's here," she whispered to the shimmering surface. "No, he's not hurt." Frightened. Angry. Resolved. She listened to a voice Harry could not hear. Her lips thinned. "Albus, you old fool. You left a weapon in a cupboard and expected it to be grateful for the scabbard. He's not a weapon. He's a child who has learned, too well, how to say, no, I don't know what he'll become. But he will not be what you shaped. The clay has jumped off the wheel." She listened again, then her milky eyes hardened. "No, you will not send anyone. You will not approach. You will leave him be. Consider this my one and only interference. He has chosen his path. The least you can do is respect it. Or have you forgotten what happens when you try to force a prophecy?" She cut the connection with a sharp flick of her wand. The crystal went dark. In the sudden gloom, Agnes looked every one of her 100-odd years. She sighed, a sound of infinite weariness. "Oh, Harry," she murmured to the sleeping boy in the next room. "What have you started?" Outside, the sky over Little Whinging darkened prematurely. Clouds gathered, not with the promise of rain, but with a peculiar, watchful stillness. In a suburb 30 miles away, every streetlight on a single block flickered and died. In the London Zoo, the boa constrictor in the reptile house, for the first time in its captive life, lifted its head and looked due west, towards Surrey, its tongue flickering as if tasting something new and electric on the air. The chessboard had not just been upset. A piece had removed itself from the board entirely, and now stood on the table, casting a long, uncertain shadow across all the remaining squares. Chapter 3. Harry woke to the smell of frying bacon. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was back in the cupboard, and the scent was a cruel trick. Then he remembered, the velvet chair, the biscuits, the pull-out sofa, Agnes. He opened his eyes. Gray morning light filtered through lace curtains. He was alone in the sitting room. The blanket was tucked tightly around him. The bacon smell was real. It came from the kitchen, accompanied by the soft sizzle of fat and the clatter of a pan. His stomach clenched with a hunger so sharp it was painful. He sat up slowly. Every muscle ached with a deep, unfamiliar fatigue. He'd slept the sleep of the utterly spent, dreamless and heavy. He pushed the blanket off and padded to the kitchen doorway. Agnes stood at the stove, a faded floral apron over her dress. She was sliding crispy bacon onto a plate already holding 2 fried eggs and a slice of bread fried in the grease. "Sit," she said without turning. "Eat while it's hot. There's juice in the fridge." Harry sat at the small formica table. She placed the plate in front of him, and the sight of so much food, for him, made his throat tight. He picked up the fork she provided, his hands trembling slightly. "Eat," she repeated, her tone leaving no room for argument. She turned back to the stove to make her own plate. He ate. He ate with a single-minded focus, the flavors of salt and fat and yolk exploding on his tongue. It was the best food he had ever tasted. He didn't look up until the plate was clean, every trace of grease sopped up with the bread. Agnes sat opposite him, eating her own breakfast at a slower, more measured pace. She watched him over the rim of her teacup. "Feeling more human?" she asked. He nodded, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, then quickly putting it in his lap, remembering Petunia's rules. But Agnes didn't seem to care. "Good. Now, the practicalities." She set her cup down. "You cannot stay here indefinitely, Harry. Not because I don't want you, but because the world has rules. A boy of 7 cannot simply vanish. The authorities, the non-magical ones, will look. Your relatives will likely report you missing, if only to avoid suspicion." The thought of the Dursleys sent a cold ripple through him. Vernon's rage. Petunia's pinched, fearful face. "I'm not going back." "I didn't say you were," Agnes said calmly. "I said we have a problem. You have no birth certificate I can access. No national insurance number. No school records that matter. You are, in the eyes of the mundane world, a ghost. This makes things difficult, but not impossible. It just requires a different kind of magic." Harry tensed. "I said I don't want." "Not wand magic," she interrupted. "Paper magic. Bureaucratic magic. The kind that requires knowing which forms to fill out, which whispers to plant in which ears, and how to make a man at the council office see what he expects to see rather than what's in front of him." A faint, shrewd smile touched her lips. "My brother may have found me dull for leaving his world, but I have spent 70 years learning to navigate this one. I know how to make a space for a person who needs to disappear." Hope, fragile and terrifying, bloomed in Harry's chest. "You can make me disappear. I can make you exist properly," she corrected. "Harry Potter is a name with baggage. We need a new one. A history. Nothing elaborate. An orphan, perhaps. A distant relative's child come to live with an old auntie after a tragedy. Sad, but commonplace. It will require work. You will have to learn a story and stick to it. You will have to go to a new school. You will have to be ordinary." Ordinary. The word was a lifeline. To not be the boy who lived. To not be the freak in the cupboard. To just be a boy. It was everything he wanted. "I can be ordinary," he said, with more conviction than he felt. "It's harder than it sounds," Agnes warned. "Especially for someone like you. The magic, it will leak. When you're emotional. When you're scared. When you forget to hold those walls you're building. We will have to work on that too. Not training you to be a wizard. Teaching you to be a dam. To contain the river so it doesn't flood the town." He thought of the exploding kettle. The pain in his scar. The way things sometimes happened around him. How? First, by understanding what it is. She finished her tea. "Come with me." She led him not to some hidden cellar or secret room, but to her back garden. It was a small, wild rectangle, hemmed in by high brick walls covered in ivy. A twisted apple tree stood in one corner, and the rest was a glorious chaos of overgrown herbs, hardy flowers, and weeds. It smelled of damp earth and green, growing things. "Sit," she said, pointing to a worn wooden bench under the apple tree. He sat. She stood before him, her hands clasped in front of her apron. "Magic," she began, "is not spells and wands. Those are tools, a language. Magic is life. It is the force that pushes the sap up the tree, that tells the bird to fly south, that mends a broken bone. It is in everything. Most people have just a spark. Enough to live, to love, to die. Some people, people like us, have a well. A deep, deep well inside. The wizarding world teaches you to tap that well, to channel it through a wand, to shape it into specific, repeatable effects. Wingardium Leviosa. Lumos. That is their way. Useful. Powerful. But it is not the only way. She bent down and plucked a blade of grass. She held it between her thumb and forefinger. She didn't pull out a wand. She didn't say a word. She just looked at it, her milky eyes focused with an intensity that made the air around her seem to hum. The blade of grass began to grow. Not wildly, but steadily, lengthening, turning a deeper shade of green. Then it curled, slowly, gracefully, weaving itself into a perfect, tiny knot before her eyes. She let it fall onto his lap. It was just grass. But it was grass that had done the impossible. That is magic, she said softly. Intent, given form. Will, made manifest. No wand. No words. Just me, and the life in the grass, coming to an understanding. Harry stared at the knotted blade. It was the most incredible, and the most terrifying, thing he had ever seen. It was quiet. It was subtle. It was absolute. The magic inside you, Agnes continued, her voice low and serious, is not quiet, Harry. It has been wounded. Tethered to something dark. It is a well that has been poisoned at the source. You can still draw from it, but the water is turbulent. Angry. It reacts to your fear, your pain, your anger. It lashes out. What you must learn is not to draw from the well, but to become the stone that lines it. To still the water. To let the poison settle. To contain the force until you are calm enough, strong enough, to draw up only what you need, and shape it with pure will. Not with emotion. With choice. He understood. The kettle had exploded because of his rage. The pain in his scar was a reaction to his hate. He was a live wire, sparking in the rain. How do I become the stone? His voice was a whisper. You start by being still. She sat beside him on the bench. Close your eyes. Breathe. Not like you're hiding. Breathe like you are a tree, rooted deep. Feel the ground under you. The air around you. Listen to the sounds, the distant traffic, the bird in the tree, my breath, your breath. Don't push the magic down. Don't fight it. Acknowledge it. Feel it swirling in your chest, behind your scar. Then, imagine a container. Not a lid. A vessel. Strong. Clear. Let the magic fill the vessel. It can swirl all it wants inside the walls. But the walls do not move. It sounded impossible. But he closed his eyes. He tried. His breath hitched. His mind raced. The Dursleys, the dream wizards, the red slits in the dark, the empty future. The magic, a hot, prickling storm, surged against his ribs. Breathe, Harry. Agnes's voice was a steady anchor. The storm is not you. You are the sky that holds the storm. Be the sky. Be the sky. Asterisk. He focused on the cold knot of no in his chest. He didn't use it to crush the storm. He imagined it expanding, becoming a vast, calm, endless gray sky. The storm raged beneath it, lightning flashing against his scar, thunder rolling in his gut. But the sky was unmoved. It simply was. It observed the storm without becoming it. Slowly, incrementally, the prickling heat subsided. The pressure behind his eyes lessened. The storm was still there, turbulent and dark, but it was contained within a vast, silent space. He felt separate, not empty, but anchored. He opened his eyes. The world seemed sharper, clearer. The green of the ivy was more vibrant. The song of the bird was a distinct melody. Agnes was watching him, her head tilted. Good, she said, simple and sincere. That is the first step. It will get harder. The storm will test the walls. Life will test them. But for now, you have felt the stillness. Remember it. She stood, brushing off her apron. Now, for the paper magic. We have a visit to make. The visit was to a solicitor's office in a grimy part of London Agnes called Clerkenwell. Mr. Barradin did not look like a wizard. He looked like a tired badger in a too-tight suit, with watery eyes and ink stains on his fingers. His office smelled of dust, strong tea, and something faintly metallic. He peered at Harry over his spectacles, then at Agnes. This is the boy. This is my great-nephew, Henry, Agnes said, her voice firmer and more upper-class than Harry had heard before. Henry Black. His parents, my nephew and his wife, passed in the Manchester incident last month. Dreadful gas leak. I am his only living relative. Harry kept his eyes down, playing the part of a shell-shocked orphan. Henry Black. The name felt strange. A disguise. Mr. Barradin shuffled papers. Documents. Agnes placed a small, neat folder on his desk. Harry had no idea what was in it. Barradin opened it, scanning the contents with a practiced eye. He nodded slowly. All seems in order. Death certificates. Birth registration. Letter from the council, yes. He looked up at Agnes. You understand this is unusual. Fast-tracked. It will require certain considerations, which have been provided to your offshore account, as discussed, Agnes said smoothly. Her hand rested on her handbag. Harry had a sudden, clear understanding that the considerations were not entirely monetary, and that Mr. Barradin could see things in documents that weren't strictly there. Barradin nodded, a quick, jerky motion. Quite. Well then, Henry Black, ward of Agnes Black, of number 7, Walpole Terrace, Little Whinging. I'll file the necessary petitions with the family court. Given the circumstances, in loco parentis should be granted within the week. I'll see to the NHS number, the school registration, he muttered to himself, making notes. Just like that, Harry Potter began to dissolve, and Henry Black began to coalesce, a phantom given flesh by paper and ink and the quiet, ruthless magic of bureaucracy. On the train back to Surrey, Harry stared out the window at the blurring suburbs. He's like us, isn't he? He asked quietly. Mr. Barradin. Agnes, who was knitting again, didn't look up. A squib, yes. Born to magical parents, but without enough power to wield a wand. Often they find their talents lie elsewhere. In perception. In persuasion. In making the pieces of the world fit together. He is very good at his job. So he's helping me hide from the wizard world. He is helping a child in need, for a fee, Agnes corrected. His loyalty is to the work, not to any side. That makes him reliable. The magical world has no claim on him, and he has no love for it. You are safe with him. Safe. It was a new feeling. Fragile, but present. That night, after another simple meal, Agnes gave him a small, blank notebook and a pencil. Your story, she said. Write it. Henry Black. Where was he born? What did his parents do? What was his favorite toy? His first memory. The details matter. They are the stitches that hold the disguise together. You must know him better than you know yourself. Harry took the notebook to his sofa bed. He stared at the blank page. Harry Potter had a scar, a cupboard, and a life of fear. Henry Black, he could be anything. He put pencil to paper. Henry Black was born in Manchester. His father was a teacher. His mother worked in a library. They had a cat named Soot. They lived in a flat with a window box. His favorite memory was his father reading him stories about knights. He wrote until his hand cramped, building a ghost boy layer by layer, a life of quiet, ordinary love and mundane tragedy. With each sentence, Harry Potter retreated further into the shadows. It felt like creating a fort, a hiding place made of words. As he finally put the pencil down, exhausted, he felt a strange pull from the direction of the front door. Not a sound, a sensation, a cold, invasive tickle at the edge of the calm sky he was maintaining. He got up and peered through the front window. Down the street, under the glow of a lamppost, stood a tall, extremely thin man with long, silver hair and a beard that trailed down his chest. He wore robes of deep purple that seemed to drink the light. He wasn't looking at Agnes's house. He was looking at a silvery device in his palm, frowning. He tapped it with a long wand. The device emitted a frustrated puff of smoke. Albus Dumbledore. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. The storm inside surged, crashing against the walls of his sky. The scar gave a warning throb. The old wizard looked up, his piercing blue eyes seeming to scan the street. For a moment, Harry was certain those eyes locked directly onto him through the glass and the darkness. He froze, unable to breathe. Then Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of profound confusion. He looked back at his device, shook it gently, and with a soft pop, vanished into thin air. Harry sank to the floor, his back against the wall, shaking. The magical world hadn't forgotten him. It was looking, and it couldn't find him. Agnes appeared in the doorway, her face grim. She had seen. The paper magic is holding, she said, a note of satisfaction in her voice. He can sense a disturbance in the force surrounding Harry Potter. But Henry Black is a void. A quiet, paperwork-shaped void. He doesn't compute. She helped Harry up. The walls held. Good. Remember this feeling. This is your power now. Not lightning from a wand. Not fame. The power to be unseen. The power to say, no, so completely that you vanish from the maps of those who would use you. Harry looked out at the empty street where the most powerful wizard in Britain had just stood, confused and empty-handed. The cold knot in his chest warmed with the first ember of something new, something fierce and defiant. Not a weapon. A ghost. Asterisk. He went back to his notebook. He had more work to do. Henry Black needed a favorite color. It was blue. Chapter 4 asterisk. Walpole Terrace was a short, curved row of terraced houses that looked like they'd been built in a hurry and then forgotten. Number 7 had a dark green door with a tarnished brass knocker. The tiny front garden was a patch of stubborn gravel and a single, sad-looking rose bush. It was perfect. A week after Mr. Borodin's paper magic, Henry, stood on the step, holding a small suitcase Agnes had bought him. It contained 2 new sets of clothes, his notebook, and the knitted jumper she'd finished the night before, a serviceable gray. Home, Agnes said, fitting a key into the lock. The word hung in the air, strange and weighty. The inside smelled of fresh paint and lemon-scented cleaner. It was tiny, a narrow hallway leading to a sitting room, a kitchen at the back, and steep stairs to 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom. It was bare, clean, and utterly, blissfully theirs. "We'll get a rug," Agnes said, surveying the sitting room's bare floorboards. "And a proper bookshelf. But it will do. It would do more than do." To Harry, it was a palace. A space with no memories of anger, no dust from a cupboard, no looming shadow of a whale-like cousin. His room was the smaller of the 2, overlooking the back garden, a concrete yard with a washing line. It had a bed with a real mattress, a chest of drawers, and a small desk under the window. Sunlight fell across the bare wood in a solid, golden beam. He put his suitcase on the bed and walked to the window. He could see over the fence into other, nearly identical yards. A woman was hanging washing. A man was tinkering with a bicycle. Normal life. He could reach out and almost touch it. "The first rule," Agnes said from the doorway, "is consistency. You are Henry Black. You answer to Henry. You think of yourself as Henry. If you hear Harry, you do not react. It is a name that belongs to a ghost." He nodded. He'd been practicing. In the mirror, he'd tried to see Henry. Henry had quieter eyes. Henry's shoulders didn't hunch. Henry was a boy who had lost his parents, but who had an aunt who loved him. It was a role, and he would play it until the lines blurred and it became truth. "The second rule," she continued, "is control. Every morning, before you leave this room, you sit. You breathe. You are the sky. You build the walls. You do this until it is as natural as blinking. The moment you feel the storm stir, anger, fear, even a loud surprise, you retreat to the sky. This is your primary defense. Not hiding under a bed. Not running. This." He understood. The sky was his cupboard now. His fortress. "The third rule," she said, and her voice softened slightly, "is that you are a child. You will go to school. You will make friends, or not. You will learn maths and history and how to play football badly. You will be ordinary. It is the hardest work you will ever do. School." The thought sent a jolt of pure terror through him. Other children. Teachers. Being seen. Compared to the Dursleys' cruelty or the wizard's manipulations, it seemed a mundane horror, but a horror nonetheless. What if something happens?" he asked, his voice small. "Then it happens," Agnes said pragmatically. "And we deal with it. But we are not starting from nothing. You have your walls. And you have me." Whittington Primary School was a low, brick building surrounded by asphalt. The headmistress, Mrs. Garrow, was a woman with a kind smile that didn't quite reach her tired eyes. She looked at the paperwork Agnes provided, the hastily created records from St. Jude's Primary, Manchester, the note from a fictional doctor about trauma and a recommended fresh start. "A terrible thing. What happened, Mrs. Garrow said, shaking her head. "You're very good to take him in, Mrs. Black." "Family is family," Agnes said, placing a gentle, wrinkled hand on Henry's shoulder. The gesture felt real. He was shown to Year 3, Classroom 4B. The teacher, Mr. Davies, was young and had a beard that seemed an attempt to look older. He introduced Henry Black, who's just moved here from Manchester. Let's make him feel welcome." 30 pairs of eyes turned to him. Curious, indifferent, assessing. He kept his gaze on the scuffed linoleum floor, his sky walls firmly in place. The storm inside was a distant rumble, easily contained. He was given a desk at the back. The day passed in a blur of multiplication tables, a lesson on the tutors, and a disastrous attempt at watercolor painting. No one spoke to him much. He was the new, quiet boy. It was a role he could manage. At lunch, he took his packed sandwich, cheese and pickle, made by Agnes, and sat alone at the end of a long table in the cacophonous hall. He ate slowly, observing. He saw alliances and enmities, laughter that was genuine and laughter that was cruel. He saw a small boy with glasses being tripped, his tray clattering to the floor. The boy scrambled to pick up his food, his ears bright red, while a group of older boys laughed. Harry's chest tightened. The storm surged, hot and angry. He saw himself in that boy, humiliated, powerless. The sky wavered. He wanted, with a sudden, vicious intensity, for those older boys to feel a sharp pain, for their laughter to turn to yelps. He squeezed his eyes shut. Be the sky. The storm is not you. Let it rage beneath you. He focused on his breath, on the cold knot of, no, that was his foundation. He imagined the anger as a black cloud, contained within the vast, calm gray. He didn't crush it. He just held it. When he opened his eyes, the older boys were still laughing, but the heat in his own chest had cooled to an ember. The tightness was gone. He had held. He hadn't made anything happen. He had simply chosen not to. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. And it felt like a victory. After school, Agnes was waiting at the gate. She didn't ask how it was. She simply handed him an apple and started walking. We need tea bags, she said. And bread. And I think a small cake is in order. To celebrate survival. That became the rhythm of their days. Mornings of breath and sky. School, where he was Henry Black, a quiet, middling student who kept to himself. Evenings of simple meals, helping Agnes in the tiny kitchen or the concrete yard, and the slow accumulation of a life, a second-hand radio for the kitchen, a rug for the sitting room, books from the charity shop. He practiced his containment constantly. When a teacher's raised voice startled him, he retreated to the sky. When Dudley and his gang were spotted in town, they never noticed him. A minor miracle, he became a gray, uninterested fog. When his scar gave a twinge, usually at night, he didn't fight the pain or the fleeting, horrible images, a snake sliding through dark grass, a high, cold laugh. He observed them, as if watching a disturbing film from a great, safe distance, until they passed. He was building a dam, stone by patient stone. One rainy Saturday, 6 weeks after they'd moved to Walpole Terrace, Agnes declared it time for practical exercises. She led him to the concrete yard, which was slick with rain. Control isn't just about stopping things, she said, pulling her shawl tighter. It's about fine movement. About intention so precise it feels like thought. She pointed to a puddle near the back fence. Make it ripple. Not with your hand. With your will. Harry stared at the puddle. It reflected the gray sky. He concentrated, trying to push at the water with his mind. Nothing happened. He frowned, trying harder. The storm inside him stirred, a gust of frustration. You're trying to throw a punch, Agnes said. Don't punch. Suggest. You are the sky. The sky does not punch. It simply allows the wind to blow. Allow your intention to be the wind. Gentle. Firm. He took a deep breath. He found his sky state. He looked at the puddle not as a target, but as part of the world he existed within. He didn't push. He imagined the surface of the water choosing to shiver, as if a single, purposeful raindrop had hit it. A tiny, perfect ripple radiated from the center of the puddle. He gasped, breaking his concentration. The ripple died. Again, Agnes said, her voice holding a note of approval. He did it again. And again. He made ripples. He made the water bulge in the middle. He couldn't make it splash or jump, but he could influence it. It was quiet. It was his. No wand, no words, no flash of light. Just will, meeting the world and asking politely for a change. It was the opposite of everything he'd seen in his dreams. It wasn't powerful. It was precise. It wasn't impressive. It was intimate. He loved it. As the weeks turned into months, Henry Black took root. He got a library card. He learned to make beans on toast without burning it. He helped Agnes weed the pathetic rose bush, which under their combined, quiet attention began to produce a few, small, defiantly red blooms. He didn't make friends, but he acquired acquaintances. A boy named Simon who sat next to him in maths and sometimes shared rubber. A girl named Chloe who was partner with him in science and was impressively ruthless about correctly labeling the parts of a flower. It was enough. He thought less and less about Harry Potter. The nightmares became less frequent. The scar was often just a scar. The cold knot of, no, remained, but it was no longer the center of him, it was the bedrock upon which Henry was being built. One evening, close to Christmas, he was at the kitchen table struggling with a history essay about the Great Fire of London. Agnes was in the sitting room, listening to the wireless. A news report came on, the announcer's voice grave. Continuing mystery in the West Country, as locals report strange weather patterns and what some are calling mass hallucinations around the village of Budleigh-Babberton. Witnesses speak of a pub that seemed to disappear and reappear, and of elderly residents wearing what one described as medieval nightgowns. Agnes got up and turned the wireless off with a sharp click. The silence that followed was heavy. Harry looked up from his book. He knew that name, Budleigh-Babberton. It had been in one of his earliest, clearest dreams. A place called the Hog's Head. A seedy bar where dangerous people met. He met Agnes's eyes in the doorway. She looked weary. "They're not looking for you, Henry," she said, using his name deliberately. "Not directly. But their world is not a tidy one. Its problems spill over. Its conflicts create ripples. You have left the board, but the game is still being played around you. Sometimes you will see the pieces move." He thought of the confused Dumbledore on the street. The news report. The occasional, unexplained chill in the air on a warm day. The magical world was a noisy neighbor, and the walls between them were thin. "Does it mean they'll find me?" he asked, his voice calm. Henry's voice. "No," Agnes said, but it was less certain than before. "Your paper shield is strong. Your personal control is growing stronger. But the stronger you become, the more your unique energy may become detectable to those who know what to look for. Not as Harry Potter, but as a source of power. A quiet, untrained, unaffiliated source. That can be interesting to certain kinds of people." A new kind of fear, cold and adult, seeped into him. Not fear of being dragged back to a cupboard or to a school. Fear of being seen for what he was, not who he was supposed to be. A well of power. A resource. He looked down at his history essay. The mundane details of 1666 seemed suddenly precious. He wanted to live in that world. The world of fires and kings and homework. "What do I do?" he whispered. "You keep building your walls," she said. "You keep being Henry Black. You grow up. And you decide, one day, what you want to do with the well inside you. Because hiding it forever is not a life. It is a postponement. The time will come when you must choose to either cap it for good, or to learn to draw from it without poisoning yourself. But that time is not now. Now, you are a boy with an essay to finish." He nodded. He picked up his pencil. The Great Fire of London. He wrote about the baker's shop in Pudding Lane, the east wind, the attempts to create firebreaks. Ordinary, historical facts. But that night, in his room, he didn't just practice being the sky. He practiced being a rock. Dense, impenetrable. A stone at the bottom of the ocean, unseen, unmoved by the storms above. He imagined his magic, his well, not as a swirling storm, but as something heavy and dormant, sinking deep into the earth beneath him, out of reach, out of sight. He fell asleep with that image in his mind. Henry Black, a boy made of stone and sky, anchored to a quiet street, while far away, a pub flickered in and out of existence and men in medieval nightgowns argued about a war he wanted no part of. Under his pillow, the small, knotted blade of grass Agnes had given him months ago, now dry and fragile, seemed to pulse once with a faint, warm light, as if in sympathy, before fading back into ordinary, mundane stillness. Chapter 5*. Winter clamped down on Little Whinging like of ice. The sky was a perpetual sheet of dirty wool, and a bitter wind scoured the streets, finding every crack in the window frames of number 7. Inside, the house was a pocket of defiant warmth. A small, gas fire hissed in the sitting room grate, and the smell of simmering soup, lentil and vegetable, cheap and hearty, permeated the air. Henry Black was 8 years old. The birthday had passed with no fanfare, just an extra slice of ginger cake after dinner and a new, proper winter coat from Agnes, navy blue, with toggles. It was the best present he had ever received. It meant he belonged here. He had a coat for the climate. School had settled into a bearable routine. He was academically average, which was a kind of camouflage he cultivated. He answered when called upon, but never volunteered. His handwriting was neat, his work satisfactory. He was a gray smudge in the classroom, and he preferred it that way. The containment had become second nature. The morning ritual of breath and sky was as routine as brushing his teeth. The storm was still there, a restless sea he could feel churning if he listened for it, but the walls were high and strong. He hadn't had an incident in months. Not since the day he'd made a dead fly on the windowsill twitch its leg, just to see if he could. He'd told Agnes, and she'd nodded, her expression unreadable. Control is knowing you can, and choosing not to, was all she'd said. The magical world continued to bleed through in snippets. A classified ad in the local paper seeking home for unusual, featherless chicks must enjoy heat. A tabloid headline about a werewolf scare in Scotland that vanished from the newsstands the next day. Once, on the bus to the library, he'd seen a man in a pinstriped suit trying to discreetly vanish a pigeon dropping from his hat with a tiny, bone-white wand. The man had caught Henry looking, and for a heart-stopping moment, their eyes had met. The man's gaze had been sharp, assessing, then confused. He'd given a slight, puzzled shake of his head and turned away, the stain gone. Henry's paper shield was holding. He was a ghost in both worlds. Then came the project. Mr. Davies, in a fit of pedagogical enthusiasm, announced a winter heritage project. Pairs would research a British tradition, the Christmas pudding, the pantomime, mummers' plays, and present to the class. I'll assign the pairs, Mr. Davies said, dashing Henry's hope of working with the quiet, undemanding Simon. Chloe Abbott and Henry Black. Chloe, who was ruthlessly efficient and saw school as a competition to be won, looked over at him. Her expression was not unkind, but it was the look of a general assessing a slightly underwhelming troop. He gave a small, non-committal nod. After class, she cornered him by the coat pegs. My house after school tomorrow, she stated, not asked. We have books. It'll be more efficient. We're doing the Yule log. He'd heard of Christmas logs, but Yule. It sounded old, pagan. A faint, cold trickle of unease went down his spine. Okay, he said. The Abbott house was a semi-detached on a tidier street than Walpole Terrace. It smelled of lemon polish and something baking. Chloe's mother was a friendly, distracted woman who brought them juice and biscuits and left them to it in the dining room, which was dominated by a large table covered in books. Chloe had already made notes. Right. Yule. Pre-Christian midwinter festival. The burning of a large log to symbolize the return of the sun, protection, good luck for the coming year. Adopted and adapted by Christianity. We can make a poster showing the evolution. She pushed a heavy book towards him. You look up the traditional customs. What wood they used, how they lit it, that stuff. Henry opened the book. It was a dense, academic-looking volume titled Folkways of the British Isles. He began to read, the dry text a welcome focus. Oak was preferred. It was lit with a piece of the previous year's log. It was supposed to burn for 12 days. Ashes were kept for good luck. He turned a page, and froze. The facing page was not text. It was an illustration, drawn in old-fashioned, precise lines. It showed not a family gathered around a hearth, but a circle of robed figures in a snowy forest clearing. They were gathered around a massive, decorated log, but their hands were raised, not in celebration, but in clear, deliberate gesture. Strange symbols were carved into the log's bark, symbols that seemed to swim before his eyes if he looked directly at them. The caption read, Druidic Consecration of the Nadal Log, ca. 1st century BCE. Note the use of mistletoe and the channeling of telluric forces. Asterisk. His scar gave a single, sharp, icy pang. Not pain, but a jolt, like a key turning in a locked door deep in his mind. Find something? Chloe asked, not looking up from her own notes. Just a weird picture, he managed, his voice tight. He tried to turn the page, but his fingers felt numb. Let's see. Chloe leaned over. She frowned at the illustration. Huh, looks a bit culty. Probably some Victorian romanticizing nonsense. She flipped the page dismissively. Stick to the hearth and home stuff. It's safer for marks. But the image was burned into Henry's mind. The focused intent on those drawn faces. The way the symbols on the log seemed to whisper to a part of him that had been sleeping. It wasn't wand magic. It was older, wilder. It was magic as Agnes described it, life, intent, the force in the sap and the stone. But these people weren't containing it. They were gathering it, focusing it, using the log as a lens. The cold trickle of unease became a stream. This wasn't just history. This was a shadow of the other world, peeking through the pages of a mundane book. And it had called to the thing behind his scar. He worked mechanically after that, writing down safe facts about log sizes and singing traditions. But his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about focus. About channels. If his magic was a well, and his will was the wind to ripple a puddle, what would happen if he found a lens? If he focused that will with purpose, with symbols, with ancient, rooted intent. The thought was dangerous. It was a crack in his dam. He shoved it away, retreating into the calm, gray sky. But the seed was planted. Walking home in the gloomy twilight, the wind biting through his new coat, he felt watched. Not by a person, by the environment itself. The skeletal trees lining the street seemed to lean in, their branches like grasping fingers. The orange glow of the streetlights created pools of isolation rather than comfort. The world felt thin, stretched. As if the illustration in the book had worn a hole in reality, and something was peering through from the other side. He walked faster, his breath pluming in the air. Be the stone, be the sky. The storm was quiet, but the well beneath felt deeper, darker. The poison at its source stirred, not with anger, but with a cold, ancient curiosity. He was almost at Walpole Terrace when he saw the owl. It was huge, a tawny barn owl, and it was sitting on the roof of the house next to Agnes's. This in itself was not extraordinary. But it was watching him. Its head turned with uncanny precision as he walked, its huge, dark eyes fixed on him. In its talons, it clutched not a mouse, but a small, rolled scroll tied with a green ribbon. A letter. Every instinct screamed at him to run. This was it. The paper shield had failed. The wizards had found him. The owl would swoop down, deliver its message, and the fragile life of Henry Black would shatter. He stopped dead on the pavement. The owl didn't move. It just watched. Number. Asterisk. The word was a command, not a plea. It came from the cold knot, from the bedrock of his being. He wasn't Harry Potter. He was Henry Black. He lived at number 7 with his aunt. He had a history project on the Yule log. He did not receive letters by owl. He locked his gaze with the owl's. He didn't glare. He simply rejected its reality. He poured every ounce of his will, his months of practiced containment, into a single, silent statement: "You are not here for me. I am not who you seek. This street, this house, this boy, they do not exist for you." Asterisk. He became a void, a stone at the bottom of the ocean, a patch of empty sky. The owl's head twitched. It ruffled its feathers, a gesture of confusion. It looked down at the scroll in its talons, then back at him. It gave a soft, uncertain hoot. Then, with a powerful beat of its wings, it launched itself into the air. It circled once over Walpole Terrace, the scroll still clutched tight, then flew off into the deepening dusk, heading east, away from him. Henry stood there, trembling, not from cold but from the massive expenditure of will. He had done it. Not with a spell, not with a shout. With silence. With negation. He had turned away a messenger of the world he'd rejected. He let himself into the house. The warmth and the smell of soup enveloped him. Agnes was in the kitchen, stirring the pot. "You're late," she said, not turning around. Chloe's mother called. "Said you'd left half an hour ago." "I saw an owl," he said, his voice raw. The wooden spoon stilled. Very slowly, Agnes turned. Her milky eyes searched his face. "And it had a letter. It looked at me. I told it was wrong." A long silence. Then, a slow, genuine smile spread across Agnes's wrinkled face. It was a smile of fierce, proud satisfaction. "You told it was wrong," she repeated, savoring the words. Not with a hex. Not with a shout. With a fact. She nodded, turning back to her soup. "Good. That is control. That is power. The power to define your own reality. They can send all the owls they like. You have decided you are not a destination on their map." The relief was so profound it made him lightheaded. He sank into a chair at the kitchen table. But, Agnes said, her voice losing none of its gravity, it means they are still looking. And an owl confused today may be a person, less easily confused, tomorrow. The project with the girl. The book. It stirred something. Be careful, Henry. The past is not just in your head. It is in the soil, in the stories, in the symbols. It can wake up. And when it wakes, it has a long memory. That night, he lay in bed, the image of the druids and their log circling in his mind alongside the confused, departing owl. Two kinds of magic. One ancient, rooted, communal. The other institutional, delivered by post. He wanted neither. He wanted the quiet magic of a warm house, a finished project, a belonging that asked nothing of him but to be. But the seed was planted. The question whispered in the dark, if he could say, no, so powerfully that an owl turned away, what could he say? Yes, to. Downstairs, Agnes sat in her chair by the gas fire. In her lap was not knitting, but a simple, polished disc of obsidian. She passed her hand over it, and the surface shimmered, not showing an image, but reflecting a feeling, a deep, resonant thrum of warded space, of a protective illusion holding firm under a new, unexpected strain. The illusion around number 7, Walpole Terrace, had been reinforced not by her own magic today, but by the defiant, silent will of the boy sleeping above. Oh, Lily, she whispered to the empty room, her eyes old and sad. Your son is not the weapon they wanted, nor the savior they expected. He is becoming a fortress. And I do not know if even love can ever siege those walls. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it from the direction of London the faint, sourceless echo of a scream, the sound of a mandrake being potted at a school a world away. The threads of fate quivered, plucked by a hand that was not Dumbledore's, not Voldemort's, but by the small, stubborn heart of a boy who had chosen to be ordinary, and in doing so, had become something entirely unprecedented. Chapter 6 *. Spring arrived not with a flourish, but with a slow, damp seep into the world. Gray frost gave way to gray rain, and the concrete yard of number 7 sprouted a fuzz of defiant moss in the cracks. Henry, now 8.5, watched it grow with a detached interest. Life persisted. It was a quiet lesson. The owl incident had left a mark, but not the one he feared. It didn't make him more afraid of discovery, it made him more confident in his refusal. He had faced a direct link to that other world and turned it away with a thought. The power of no was now a tangible thing, a muscle he had flexed and found strong. Chloe Abbott lost interest in him after they received a B+ on their Yule log project. She'd wanted an A. He was relieved. Her efficiency was a pressure he didn't need. He faded back into the classroom's benign background. Agnes began what she called field exercises. They weren't about doing magic. They were about perceiving it. The first step to avoiding a trap is knowing it's there, she said. They would walk in the local park, and she would point. There, by the old oak. The air is thicker. A ward, very old, very weak. Probably placed by some lovesick village which 2 centuries ago to keep her beau faithful. It's all but dissipated now, but the echo remains. Feel it. Henry would stop, close his eyes, and extend his senses, not with his eyes or ears, but with the part of him that was the sky, vast and receptive. At first, he felt nothing. Then, a faint prickle, like static on his skin, a subtle resistance in the air around the gnarled tree roots. It wasn't threatening. It was just a fingerprint, left on the world by a will that was long gone. Good, Agnes would murmur. Now, the playground. Near the roundabout. He'd focus there. This sensation was different, sharper, brighter, laced with giddy joy and a hint of panic. Something, happy, and scared. A child's accidental magic, Agnes confirmed. Probably made the roundabout spin faster than it should. The emotional residue lingers for a few days. Like a scent. He learned to distinguish the flavors of magic. The deep, slow hum of a place where many people had lived and loved, a churchyard, the library. The frantic, sparking crackle of a site of recent accident or argument. The cold, oily smear that sometimes lingered in alleyways where despair had pooled. Magic, he learned, was not separate from life. It was life's shadow, its echo, its hidden engine. He also learned to sense its absence. Agnes took him to a new, sterile supermarket on the edge of town. The moment they passed through the automatic doors, Henry felt a profound emptiness. A flatness. The air was dead, scrubbed clean not just of germs, but of any lingering will or emotion. It was a vacuum. It made his own magic, his well, feel restless and loud in contrast. Places without history, without love, without strife, Agnes said quietly, selecting a tin of tomatoes. They starve the ambient magic. It's why sensitive people often feel drained in such places. You are a candle in a soundproof room. Your own light becomes blinding to you. He understood. His containment wasn't just about hiding from the wizarding world. It was about surviving the non-magical one, which could be just as hostile in its own, blank way. One rainy Wednesday, the field exercise took a darker turn. Agnes led him not to the park, but to a neglected patch of waste ground behind the old, closed-down cinema. Rusted machinery and chunks of concrete lay half-submerged in mud and weeds. The air smelled of damp rust and something sweetly rotten. "Here," Agnes said, her voice losing its usual mild tone. "Tell me what you feel. And do not drop your walls." Not for an instant. Henry opened his senses. The effect was immediate and violent. A wave of nausea rolled through him. It wasn't a smell or a sound, but a taste in his mind, copper, ashes, and a terrible, gleeful cruelty. The magic here wasn't a fingerprint or an echo. It was a wound, a gash in the fabric of the place that was still seeping. Images, unwanted, flashed behind his eyes. The glint of a knife not meant for cutting rope, a muffled cry swallowed by the din of the old cinema's projectors, a dark satisfaction that curdled the air. He stumbled back, his sky state fracturing. The storm within surged, not in anger, but in a sympathetic, terrified resonance. The poison at the bottom of his well stirred, recognizing a kindred darkness. "Agnes," he choked out. "Hold." Her command was a whip crack. "You are the sky. The sky does not vomit at a storm. It observes. Contain it." He clenched his fists, driving his fingernails into his palms. The pain grounded him. He dragged his focus back to his breath, to the image of the vast, impassive gray. He pushed the horrific taste, the images, to the edges of his awareness. He didn't fight them. He made room for them, contained within his walls, acknowledging their existence without letting them become his own. Slowly, the nausea receded. The images faded to a distant, silent film. He was still standing in the miserable waste ground, the rain soaking his hair, but he was separate from the horror soaked into the dirt. What was that? He gasped, his heart pounding a ragged rhythm. "A place of violent death," Agnes said, her face grim. "Murder." Magic was used, not with wands, but with intent, malicious, focused intent. That kind of magic leaves a scar. It poisons the land. It can attract certain kinds of creatures, warp the minds of the sensitive. This is the other side of the coin, Henry. Magic is life, but life includes death, and malice, and pain. You must be able to stand in the presence of this and not be corrupted by it. Your own shadow is dark enough. You cannot afford to take on another's. The lesson was brutal, but necessary. The world was not just sunlit parks and quiet libraries. It was also waste ground and hidden knives. And magic was there, too. That night, he dreamed not of green light, but of the waste ground. He was standing in the mud, and the rusted machinery began to twist and reshape itself into thorned, metallic brambles that reached for him. From the seeping wound in the earth, a figure made of shadows and the coppery taste of blood began to coalesce. It had no face, but it had a voice, a sibilant whisper that seemed to come from all around. "Little brother, we taste your silence, your pretty walls, we know the poison in your well, come, let it mingle with ours." He woke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, his scar a dull, steady ache. He lay in the dark, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, to Agnes's soft snoring from the next room. The dream feeling lingered, the pull, the invitation to join the darkness, to stop fighting the poison and simply let it be. For the first time, he felt a pang of something besides fear or defiance towards the storm inside him. It was a terrible kinship. The darkness in that place had recognized the darkness in him. It had called him, brother. He spent the next hour reinforcing his walls, stone by mental stone. He wasn't just keeping the magic in. He was keeping that recognition out. A few days later, a different kind of crack appeared in his ordinary world. It was at the local library. He was searching the history section for a book on Roman Britain when he heard a familiar, grating voice. "Absolutely disgraceful," I told him, "if you cannot control your animal, you shouldn't have one." Aunt Petunia. Henry froze, a book on Hadrian's Wall half pulled from the shelf. He peered through the stacks. There she was, at the returns desk, her pinched face even more severe than he remembered, dressed in a beige raincoat. She was complaining to the long-suffering librarian about a neighbor's dog. A visceral, animal fear shot through him, colder than the waste ground's horror. This was the past, solid and real. If she saw him, he sank down, making himself small behind the shelf. He focused on being Henry Black. Henry Black did not know this woman. Henry Black was interested in Roman fortifications. He breathed, becoming the sky, a gray smudge against the books. Petunia finished her tirade, slapped a book on the counter, and turned to leave. Her heels clicked sharply on the linoleum. She walked right past his aisle. He held his breath. She stopped. He could see the toes of her sensible shoes at the end of the stack. She was looking at something. Not at him. At a display on the local history table near the window. A blown-up photograph of Little Whinging in the 1950s. Walpole Terrace was visible, a row of new, sharp-looking houses. HMPH, she sniffed, a sound of profound disapproval for the past's architectural choices. Then she walked on, out the library doors. Henry stayed crouched for a full minute, until his legs began to cramp. The encounter left him shaken in a way the magical threats had not. Petunia was mundane, human, petty. She was the embodiment of the life he had escaped, a life that wanted to crush anything unusual into a shape it could understand. Her nearness felt like a vacuum, like the supermarket, a force that sought to negate him. He left the library without his book, walking home through streets that suddenly felt less like a refuge and more like a thin layer of ice over a deep, cold lake. He was hiding from wizards, from dark magical residues, and from his own aunt. How many layers of disguise could one person wear before they forgot what was underneath? Agnes took one look at him when he walked in and put the kettle on. You saw her. He didn't ask how she knew. He just nodded, sinking into his chair at the kitchen table. The non-magical world has its own hunting dogs, Agnes said, spooning tea leaves into the pot. Prejudice, conformity, gossip. They can sniff out difference just as well as a curse. You did well. You didn't run. You didn't react. You became uninteresting. That is a powerful form of magic in itself. It's exhausting, he whispered, the truth of it leaking out. Yes, she agreed, pouring the hot water. It is. Which is why you must have a core that is not a disguise. Henry Black cannot just be a lie you tell the world. He must be a truth you tell yourself. The quiet boy who lives here, who likes history, who is kind to an old woman. That is real. The fact that he was once called Harry Potter and has a storm inside him, that is just another part of his history. Like the Romans in Britain. It happened. It left marks. It is not who he is now unless he chooses it. He sipped his tea, letting her words sink in. Henry Black was real. He lived at number 7. He had a coat with toggles. He could sense magic in old oak trees. He had turned away an owl. All of that was true. The scar on his forehead gave a faint, almost imperceptible pulse. Not a pain, a reminder. He had a history. Parts of it were a cupboard. Parts of it were a green light. Parts of it were a poison well and a whispering darkness on a waste ground. But he was choosing his present. Stone by stone, breath by breath, he was building his fortress in the quiet here and now. And for today, that was enough. Later, as dusk fell, Agnes called him to the back door. She pointed at the concrete yard. Look. In the very center, in a crack he had watched for weeks, a single, tiny daisy had pushed its way through the gray expanse. Its white petals were barely open, defiantly cheerful. In the gloom, life persists, Agnes said again, echoing his earlier thought. Even here. Especially here. Henry looked at the flower, then at the high brick walls surrounding them, at the window of his small room above. A fortress, yes. But even fortresses could have gardens. Even stones could be warmed by the sun. He allowed himself a small, quiet smile. It felt real on Henry Black's face. Chapter 7 *. The daisy was dead within a week, trampled by a stray cat or withered by a late frost. Henry found it limp and brown in the crack, a brief, failed rebellion. Its death felt like a verdict. Life persisted, but not always. Not prettily. He was 9. 9 felt different. It was a hinge, swinging away from the blurry years of early childhood and towards something sharper, more defined. His body felt more his own, but also more awkward, all elbows and knees and a growing awareness of the space he took up in the world. The space Henry Black took up was carefully measured. School was a lesson in social topography. He'd mastered the art of the neutral nod, the non-committal hum, the ability to be present without being present. He was a placeholder in class photographs. But as he grew older, the expectation to participate, to have opinions, to belong to a tribe, grew louder. Boys in his year were beginning to cluster into definite groups, the sporty ones, the loud ones, the ones who were already experimenting with a sneering, performative cruelty. Henry belonged to none of them. He was an island, and islands are inherently suspicious. Agnes's lessons grew more rigorous. The field exercises were now perception drills. She would take him to a location, a busy train station, a quiet church, a modern office building lobby, and have him sit for an hour, eyes closed, mapping the magical landscape. Describe the currents, she'd say. He'd learned the vocabulary. The station was a torrent of frantic, sparking energy, hope, fear, urgency, boredom all colliding into a psychic white noise. The church, despite its age, was surprisingly still, a deep, cool pool with slow, gentle eddies of peace and the occasional sharp sting of guilt or grief. The office lobby was another kind of dead zone, like the supermarket, but laced with a low, constant thrum of anxiety and suppressed ambition, a magic of quiet desperation. Now, she'd continue, find the anchor points. The places where the energy collects, pools, or is deliberately focused. In the station, it was the lost property office, a thick, sticky knot of frustration and longing. In the church, it was the worn stone before the altar, smooth from centuries of knees, thrumming with focused belief. In the office, it was the CEO's closed door, a dense, pulsing note of will-intention. Your own magic, she told him one afternoon as they walked home from the park, is an anchor point. A very powerful, very unusual one. To those who can see, you don't just have a light. You are a lighthouse in a fog. Your containment dims the beam, but it doesn't hide the tower. The better you become at sensing others, the more you must remember you are also being sensed. By who? He asked, the old fear coiling in his gut. By anything with the sensitivity. Most won't know what they're feeling. They'll just feel uneasy near you, or oddly calm, or avoid you without knowing why. But some will know. Other lighthouses. And things that navigate by such lights. The thought made him feel exposed. His walls felt paper thin. How do I hide the tower? You don't, she said bluntly. You learn to make it look like something else. A harmless hill. A trick of the light. This is advanced work. It involves not just containing your power, but weaving an illusion around its very nature. A glamour of the self. She began teaching him that next. It wasn't about changing his face, like in the fairy tales. It was about projecting a feeling, an impression. He practiced sitting in his room, imagining a shell around himself not of stillness but of utter mundanity. He imagined himself as unremarkable as the beige wallpaper, as forgettable as the hum of the refrigerator. He poured his will into being boring. The first time he tried it around Agnes, she blinked. Better. You just went from, interesting quiet boy, to, what was I thinking about? Oh, the laundry. Don't overdo it. Sudden, profound boredom is also memorable. He practiced. He became a master of the mild. At school, teachers' eyes would slide over him in roll call. Children who had sat next to him for a year would sometimes hesitate, trying to remember his name. He was perfecting the art of magical camouflage, and it was the loneliest magic of all. Then, the box arrived. It appeared one Tuesday morning on their front step, a plain, wooden cube about the size of a shoebox. There was no address, no stamp, no note. It just was. Agnes stared at it from the hallway, her face a mask of stone. She didn't touch it. Henry, go to your room. Close the door. Do not come out until I call you. Do not try to sense it. The command in her voice brooked no argument. He retreated upstairs, but he didn't close the door all the way. He left a crack, pressing his eye to it. Agnes approached the box not like an object, but like a wild animal. She circled it slowly. She pulled a small, silver pendant from under her blouse, a triskelion, he saw, and held it out. The pendant didn't move. She muttered words he couldn't hear, her fingers tracing complex patterns in the air. The ambient light in the hallway seemed to bend around the box, revealing no hidden aura, no sickly glow. It was just a box. Finally, with a deep breath, she used the toe of her slipper to nudge the lid open a fraction. She peered inside. Her rigid posture slumped, not with relief, but with a profound, weary sadness. She closed the lid gently with her foot, then picked up the whole box. She didn't bring it inside. She carried it through the house to the back door and out into the concrete yard. Henry watched from his window as she set the box down, fetched a small bottle of clear liquid from the shed, and poured it over the wood. She struck a match and dropped it. The box went up with a whoosh of blue-tinged flame that burned too hot and too fast, consuming the wood to fine ash in under a minute. There was no smoke, no smell, just a brief, intense heat that warped the air above the concrete. When she came back inside, her hands were clean, but her eyes were old. "What was it?" Henry asked, venturing downstairs. She looked at him for a long moment, as if deciding how much truth a 9-year-old fortress could bear. "A message," she said finally. "And a warning." "From who?" "From my brother." The photograph on the mantelpiece. The severe man in robes. What did it say? It didn't say anything. It contained something. A lock of hair. White, streaked with black. From a man who was dead. A man who was important. To them. She sank into her armchair. "It means he knows I'm here. It means he knows you're with me. And it's a reminder of what happens to people who get involved, who take sides, in their wars. Even by harboring a refugee." The cold fear was back, colder than ever. It wasn't just about being found. It was about bringing danger to Agnes. "We have to leave," he said, panic edging his voice. "No," she said, firm. Running now would be an answer. It would tell him you're scared, that his message landed. "We stay. We hold our ground. This is our hill. We've made it look harmless. Now we prove it is harmless, by ignoring the provocations from the larger war." But the hair, who was it? She met his eyes. A man named Albus Dumbledore. The name hit him like a physical blow. The twinkling eyes from his dreams. The wizard on the street, confused by his device. The headmaster of Hogwarts. Is he dead? No. But the hair is old. It's a symbol. My brother is saying, I can reach the unreachable. I can take from the untouchable. Do not think your little hideaway is beyond my notice or my reach. It's bullying. Petty, theatrical bullying. But her hands, folded in her lap, were trembling slightly. The incident changed the atmosphere in number 7. The quiet became watchful. Agnes started placing subtle wards around the property, not the strong, obvious ones of the wizarding world, but the quiet, sinking kind. She sprinkled salt and ground herbs at the thresholds, whispered to the rose bush, placed small, charged stones at the corners of the house. Henry helped, learning the rituals of protection that were older than wands, the magic of threshold and home. His own practice intensified. He no longer just practiced being the sky or a boring hill. He practiced being a fortress. He visualized the walls thicker, higher, made of a stone that absorbed all energy, gave back nothing. He imagined the well inside him not just contained, but buried under tons of bedrock, its poison entombed. He felt stronger, more separate, but also more hollow. The loneliness deepened. At school, his glamour of mundanity was too effective. A girl who sometimes shared crayons with him asked if he was feeling all right. "You just seem so flat," she said, with the brutal honesty of children. He was flat. He was becoming the perfect disguise. The danger outside was shaping him from the inside, sanding down his edges until he was a smooth, featureless stone. The breaking point came in the summer holidays. He was in the library again. It was cool, and it was free when a group of boys from the year above, led by a sneering kid named Mark who had taken a dislike to Henry's quietness, cornered him in the history aisle. "Looking for more pictures of old logs, freak?" Mark jeered, snatching the book on medieval castles from Henry's hands. Henry had let the freak comment slide for months, part of his bland persona. But today, after the box, after the constant pressure, something snapped. The storm didn't surge. It went utterly, terribly still. The cold knot in his chest didn't flare. It turned to ice. He looked at Mark. He didn't see a bully. He saw a pressure valve. He saw a way to test the fortress. He dropped his glamour. Not all of it. He didn't let the magic out. He simply stopped pretending to be harmless. He let the 9 years of cupboard-born resilience, the months of disciplined containment, the bedrock of, no, that was his foundation, show in his eyes. He let the vast, silent sky behind his gaze become visible. He let the stone of his will be felt. He didn't say a word. He just looked. Mark's sneer faltered. The boy holding Henry's book flinched, taking an involuntary step back. The air in the dusty aisle grew heavy, charged with an unspoken, profound warning. It was the feeling of standing too close to the edge of a very high cliff. Mark blinked, his bravado crumbling into confusion, then a primal, formless fear. He shoved the book back at Henry's chest. Whatever. You're not worth it, he mumbled, and he and his friends practically fled the aisle, their earlier swagger gone. Henry stood alone, the book clutched to his chest. His heart was racing, but not from fear. From power. A terrible, quiet power. He hadn't used magic. He had used himself. The fortress had not been attacked, it had merely revealed a glimpse of its battlements, and the invaders had turned tail. It felt good. It felt dangerous. He rebuilt his glamour before leaving the library, becoming the mild, forgettable Henry Black once more. But he knew, and the knowledge was a dark seed in the bedrock, that the fortress had a gate. And he had just learned he could open it, not to let things in, but to show a glimpse of what was kept inside. When he told Agnes about it that evening, omitting the rush of power he'd felt, she studied him closely. You used your presence as a weapon, she stated. I didn't do anything. Exactly. You did nothing. And in doing nothing with that much focused will, you did something very potent. You intimidated them with the potential of your silence. That is a step onto a path, Henry. A path where you use what you are to influence the world. It is a step away from being a hill, and towards being a mountain that makes the weather. Is it wrong? She sighed. It is not wrong to defend yourself. But it is a choice. Each time you use that pressure, even without magic, you define yourself a little more as someone who has that power to wield. You move from hiding to managing. The question you must ask is, what do you want to manage? A library aisle, or something more? He had no answer. He only knew that in that moment, he hadn't felt hollow. He had felt solid, real. He had felt like Henry Black, who was not a victim, not a ghost, but a fact. A stone that could not be moved. That night, as he lay in bed, he didn't practice being the sky. He practiced being the mountain. Immovable, unshakable, a permanent feature on the landscape. And far away, in a dimly lit room filled with strange instruments, a man with long, silver hair and a severe face watched a brass orb swirl with conflicting energies, frustration, defiance, a hardening resolve that was not at all according to plan. Aberforth Dumbledore stroked his goat's beard, his expression grim. Stubborn old bat, he muttered to the empty room. And the boy, he's not bending. He's crystallizing. What in Merlin's name are you making over there, Aggie? Chapter 8 *. The summer heat arrived, a thick, damp blanket that smothered little whinging. The air in number 7 grew still and heavy, smelling of warm dust and the faint, peppery scent of the rosemary plant Agnes kept on the kitchen windowsill. Henry, now firmly 9, felt the season change in his bones. It was a time of growth, of expansion, and his containment felt like a too tight skin. Agnes declared a moratorium on heavy lessons. The perception drills and glamour practice were set aside. Instead, she focused on what she called foundation work, things that had nothing and everything to do with magic. They repainted the sitting room, a soft, pale green that made the space feel like a sun-dappled forest clearing. Henry learned how to cut in at the edges, his focus absolute, the brush an extension of his will creating a clean, perfect line. It was control of a different kind, satisfying in its tangible result. She taught him to cook properly. Not just beans on toast, but a simple roast chicken, the alchemy of heat and herbs transforming raw flesh into something golden and fragrant. He learned to listen to the sizzle, to judge the give of the meat, to understand that magic was just another kind of transformation, and all transformation required patience and attention. They took long, slow walks in the evenings when the heat broke, not to sense magic, but to name things. Agnes pointed out plants, shepherd's purse, yarrow, the stubborn plantain that pushed through pavement cracks. Knowing a thing's true name is a kind of power, she said. It's a recognition. It moves it from being a green thing to being itself. Respect starts with a name. He learned the names of Trees, the oak, solid and sovereign, the whispering birch, the sorrowful willow. He learned the calls of birds, the chattering alarm of a blackbird, the coo of the wood pigeon, the predatory shriek of a sparrowhawk. The world, which had been a threatening or indifferent blur, began to resolve into distinct, knowable pieces. He was building a lexicon of the ordinary, and it felt like laying the cornerstone of a different kind of fortress, one built on knowledge, not fear. His 10th birthday approached. A decade. A milestone that thrummed with a significance he couldn't name. Agnes asked him what he wanted to do. He thought about it. He didn't want a party. He didn't want a trip to some noisy attraction. He had a sudden, vivid memory of a dream from long ago, a dream of a zoo, of a boa constrictor, of glass vanishing. It was a memory of accidental magic, of connection, of freedom granted. The zoo, he said. Can we go to the zoo? Agnes's brows rose slightly, but she agreed. London was a shock to his system. After the quiet rhythms of little whinging, the city was a tidal wave of noise, smell, and movement. The magical residue here was a cacophony, layers upon layers of history, emotion, and intent, a psychic soup that made his head ache. He tightened his walls, becoming a smooth, sealed vessel moving through the chaos. The zoo was better. The animal enclosures had their own auras, the restless, pacing energy of the big cats, the deep, slow ponderousness of the elephants, the bright, quick flicker of the monkeys. It was easier to parse than human crowds. They found the reptile house. It was dim, humid, and quiet but for the hiss of humidity systems. The air here had a dry, ancient taste, a magic of scales and patience and cold blood. And there, in a large terrarium, was a boa constrictor. It was immense, beautifully patterned in brown and tan, coiled in a seemingly sleeping mound. But as Henry approached the glass, one lidless eye opened, fixing on him. Thanks, the memory whispered in his mind. He stopped, his breath catching. This wasn't the same snake. It couldn't be. But the feeling was the same, an intelligence, a waiting, a quiet defiance against the glass. He didn't want to make the glass disappear. He didn't want any magic at all. He just looked at the snake, and in his mind, he did what Agnes had taught him. He acknowledged it, not as an exhibit, but as a being. Boa constrictor. Constrictor. A creature of power and patience. The snake's tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Its head lifted slightly, and it seemed to nod. Just a slight, almost imperceptible dip of its head towards him. Then it settled back into its coils, its eye closing. No glass vanished. No keepers panicked. But a connection, quiet and profound, had been made. A recognition across species, across cages, across the divide of magic and mundane. He had named it, and in naming it, he had paid it respect. The magic here was not in doing, but in seeing. He turned to find Agnes watching him, a small, knowing smile on her face. She said nothing. The moment was broken by a commotion a few enclosures down. A family, a loud, red-faced father, a weeping mother, and a boy about Henry's age who was screaming, pointing into an empty terrarium. It was here. A big, black snake. It looked at me and the glass just went. I swear. The keepers were rushing over, radios crackling. The father was blustering about lawsuits. The boy was hysterical. Henry and Agnes exchanged a glance. Without a word, they turned and left the reptile house, melting into the flow of the crowd. On the train home, the city's noise fading to the rhythmic clatter of tracks, Henry finally spoke. That boy, he saw it happen. The glass. Years ago. Accidental magic leaves. Echoes, Agnes said, gazing out the window. And sometimes, it leaves witnesses. The world is thinner in some places, and children are often the closest to the veil. He probably spent years thinking he was mad, or that it was a dream. Until he saw an empty cage and the memory broke through. He was scared, Henry said, remembering the boy's tear-streaked face. Most people are scared of things they don't understand. Especially things that break their world. You chose a different path. You looked. You named. You didn't break the glass, you acknowledged the creature behind it. That is a rare magic. The incident sat with him. He had spent so long fearing his own power, the power that could explode kettles and attract owls. But the zoo showed him another facet, the power of attention, of respect, of quiet communion. It wasn't about force. It was about relationship. He began to experiment, tentatively, at home. He didn't try to move things or influence events. He sat in the concrete yard and simply paid attention to the rose bush. He felt its slow, stubborn life, its thirst for the sun, its battle against the poor soil. He didn't try to make it grow. He just acknowledged its struggle. Within days, the bush, which had only ever produced a few scant blooms, sprouted a cluster of deep red, velvety roses. They were the healthiest, most vibrant flowers it had ever borne. Agnes cut one and put it in a vase on the kitchen table. It lasted for 2 weeks without wilting. You gave it permission to thrive, she said simply. It was a revelation. His magic wasn't just a storm to be contained or a well to be capped. It was a quality of attention so intense it could encourage life. The poison was still there, deep down, he could feel its cold, sleeping weight. But it wasn't the whole of him. This new understanding collided with the outside world a week later. A letter arrived, not by owl, but by the regular post. It was addressed to the resident, 7 Walpole Terrace. Inside was a single, typewritten line on cheap paper. We know you're there. The quiet can't last forever. Asterisk. No signature. No return address. The postmark was London. Agnes's face went pale as she read it. This wasn't her brother's theatrical, magical warning. This was something else. Mundane. Sinister. Who? Henry asked, the fortress walls slamming up inside him. I don't know, she admitted, her voice taut. Someone from my past. Someone who's sensed you. A mundane with a grudge. The message is vague on purpose. It's meant to unsettle. To make us doubt our safety. It worked. The peaceful foundation of the summer cracked. The watchfulness returned, sharper now because the threat had no shape, no magical signature. It was just words on paper, slipping through their letterbox like a chill. Agnes intensified the old, quiet wards. She showed Henry how to weave intentions of unnoticeability and misplaced attention into the very fabric of the house's thresholds, using salt, herbs, and focused breath. It was glamour on an architectural scale. Henry helped, but his mind was on the letter. The quiet can't last forever. It felt like a prophecy. His quiet, his hard-won ordinary life, was a temporary ceasefire in a war he hadn't chosen. That night, he had a dream. Not of green light or whispering darkness, but of a room. A small, plain room with a hard bed and a single, high window. Sitting on the bed was a boy. He was thin, with a pale, pointed face and lank, dark hair. He wasn't doing anything, just sitting, staring at the wall with a hollow, hopeless intensity. The feeling emanating from him was a vacuum of despair so profound it hurt to look at. On the boy's forearm, something dark and twisted seemed to writhe under the skin, like a trapped insect. Henry woke with a gasp, his own scar prickling with a sympathetic, icy pain. The boy's face was etched in his mind. He knew, with a certainty that went beyond knowledge, that this boy was like him. A container. But where Henry had built a fortress, this boy was a prison cell. And whatever was inside him was awake, and hungry, and utterly without hope. He didn't tell Agnes about the dream. It felt too private, too connected to the poison in his own well. It felt like looking into a possible future, a road not taken. Instead, he went out into the concrete yard in the pre-dawn gray. The rose bush, with its stunning blooms, seemed almost garish in the gloom. He sat before it, not to encourage it, but to find his center. He breathed. He was the sky. He was the mountain. He was also the boy who had named a snake, who had encouraged a rose. He contained a storm, a poison, and a capacity for attention that could heal. The anonymous letter was a stone thrown into his pond. The dream of the hollow boy was a crack in the ice over the dark water. But he was not just the pond. He was the earth that held it. He looked at the rose, at its perfect, defiant red against the gray concrete and brick. Life persisted. And it could be beautiful, even here. Even now. He made a decision. He would not let the fear of the future, whether from wizards or anonymous letters, steal the present. He would continue to build his lexicon, to strengthen his foundations. He would be Henry Black, who lived at number 7, who was kind to his aunt, who was learning to see the world truly. And if the quiet couldn't last forever, then he would be ready when the noise came. Not as a weapon, not as a victim, but as a fact, a stone, a rose in the cracks. He went inside as the sun finally crested the rooftops, painting the kitchen in warm gold. Agnes was making tea. She looked at him, really looked, and he saw the worry in her eyes soften slightly, replaced by a glimmer of that old, fierce pride. "All right," she asked. "All right," he said. And for the moment, it was true. Chapter 9 *. The letter with its vague threat was followed by nothing. No further messages. No strange occurrences. The watchful tension in number 7 gradually bled away, leaving a residue of unease that settled into the background like a persistent, low-grade hum. The summer wore on, heavy and slow. Henry turned 10. The day was marked with a chocolate cake and a new set of proper watercolor paints. He painted the rose in the concrete yard, trying to capture not just its shape and color, but the feeling of stubborn vibrancy it held. The result was a messy, passionate splash of red and green that Agnes declared, full of feeling, and pinned to the fridge. Autumn arrived with a vengeance, stripping the trees and bringing a new, biting sharpness to the air. With it came a shift in Henry. The lingering fear from the letter and the hollow boy in his dream crystallized into a cool, steady resolve. He was tired of being reactive, of waiting for the next owl, the next box, the next anonymous note. He wanted to understand what he was, not just contain it. He approached Agnes after washing up one evening. "I want to know about the poison." She was darning a sock by the fire. Her hands stilled. She didn't look up. "What about it? What it is? Why it's in me. Not the story, I know the story. The green light, my mother, the Dark Lord." He forced the title out. It tasted like ash. "I mean what it is. Magically. You said my well was poisoned at the source. I want to know what the poison is made of." Agnes set her darning aside slowly. She looked at him, her milky eyes seeing through to the bedrock of his will. "That is a dark path of knowledge, Henry. To study a poison is to handle it. To risk contamination. I'm already contaminated," he said, his voice flat. "It's in me. I feel it every time my scar hurts, every time I have a bad dream. I'm containing something I don't understand. How can I defend against what I don't know?" It was a logical argument, cold and hard. The argument of a general, not a child. Agnes saw it, and a flicker of sorrow passed over her face. He was growing up in a siege, and it was shaping him. "Very well," she said, her voice low. "But we do this my way. With safeguards. And you will follow my instructions without question. If I say stop, we stop. This is not a game." He nodded, a solemn pact. The lesson took place not in the cozy sitting room or the barren yard, but in the small, clean space of the bathroom. Agnes explained that running water, the constant flow, helped to dissipate any stray energies, to keep the space clear. She had him sit on the closed lid of the toilet, facing the mirror. She stood behind him, her hands on his shoulders. "Close your eyes. Find your center. Be the mountain. Solid. Unmoving." He did. The familiar state settled over him, a cloak of dense, calm gravity. Now, her voice was a hypnotic murmur in his ear. "I want you to do something you have been trained not to do. I want you to look in. Not at the storm. Not at the sky that holds it. Look down. Into the well itself. Find the source of the poison. Do not engage with it. Do not feel it. Observe it as a geologist would observe a strange mineral. Name its properties. What color is its energy? Is it hot or cold? Does it move, or is it still? What does it feel like, in the purest, most clinical sense?" It was the most difficult thing she had ever asked of him. His entire practice for years had been about building walls, creating distance, observing from above. Now she was asking him to descend. He took a deep, steadying breath. In his mind's eye, he stood on the solid rock of his mountain. Then he began to descend, not physically, but with his awareness. Down through layers of will and identity, past the calm sky, past the churning storm of his magic, down into the deep, dark place where it all sprang from. The well. It was a void of potential, a nexus of raw power. And at its very bottom, coiled like a sleeping serpent, was the poison. He observed. Color. Not black, but a profound, lightless void that seemed to suck the color from the very concept of color around it. A non-color. Temperature. Cold. A cold that burned, that leached heat from the soul. Movement. It was still, but with the stillness of something poised to strike. A waiting stillness. Feeling. Hatred. Not a hot, raging hatred, but a cold, ancient, impersonal hatred. A hatred for existence itself. And woven through it, a thread of something worse, a profound, unshakable entitlement. A belief that all this, the well, the magic, the life it was part of, belonged to it. It recognized his observation. A tendril of that void cold uncoiled, brushing against his awareness. It didn't speak in words. It conveyed a concept, an image, a throne of bones on a field of ash. And the feeling, mine. Henry didn't flinch. He didn't engage. He was the mountain, the geologist. He noted the sensation, the message. He gave it a clinical name, corrosive narcissism. The absolute conviction of self as the only valid center, and all else is fuel or obstacle. He withdrew his awareness, rising back up through the layers until he was once again the mountain under the sky. He opened his eyes. He was shivering, his skin clammy. The bathroom light seemed too bright, too harsh. Agnes's hands tightened on his shoulders. What did you see? He described it in the cold, clear terms he had used to observe it. The void color, the burning cold, the waiting stillness. The hatred, the entitlement. Agnes was silent for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was heavy. A horcrux. The word meant nothing to him, but it fell into the room with the weight of a tombstone. It is the darkest of magical acts. A piece of soul, deliberately ripped apart and hidden in an object, or a person, to anchor the maker to life, to make them immortal. Your scar, it is not just a curse wound. It is a prison. A piece of his soul is lodged in you, Harry. That is the poison. That is what you have been containing. The horror of it was too vast to feel all at once. It was an intellectual horror, a fact of monstrous engineering. He wasn't just a boy with a connection to a dark wizard. He was a container for him. A living locket. A diary made of flesh and bone. The mountain inside him trembled. The sky darkened. The storm raged against the walls. Breathe, Agnes commanded, her voice cutting through the rising tide. You are not it. It is in you, but it is not you. You have spent years building a self that is separate, that is strong. That self just looked into the face of ultimate darkness and named it. You did not break. You did not scream. You observed. That is your power. He focused on her words, on the solidity of the toilet seat beneath him, the sound of the tap dripping. He rebuilt the mountain, stone by stone. The trembling stopped. Can it be removed? He asked, his voice surprisingly steady. I do not know, Agnes admitted. The magic is abominable. Reversing it may be impossible without destroying the container. Or it may require the destruction of the primary soul. Or a sacrifice of equal darkness and love. She shook her head. This is far beyond my knowledge. It is the magic of fanatics and madmen. He sat with the knowledge. It explained everything, the pain, the dreams, the connection, the way his magic was turbulent and angry. It was fouled at the source by a parasitic, evil presence. The feeling that rose in him then was not fear. It was a cold, clean fury. A rage so absolute it was silent. This thing, this horcrux, had taken his parents. It had stolen his childhood. It had made him a freak, a weapon, a prison. And it was sitting in his soul, claiming ownership. Number. Asterisk. The word was a glacier moving, continents shifting. It was the final, unshakable core of him. He stood up, his legs steady. He looked at himself in the mirror. The boy who looked back had green eyes that were no longer just wary or sad. They were fierce, resolved. Then I will contain it, he said. Until I find a way to destroy it. Or until I die. But it will not have me. It will not use me. I am not its throne. He turned and left the bathroom. Agnes watched him go, her heart aching with a terrible pride. The lesson had worked too well. He understood the enemy within. And in understanding it, he had declared war upon it. The quiet boy was gone. In his place stood a young soldier, his fortress now a garrison, preparing for a lifelong siege against an occupant in his own skin. That night, Henry didn't sleep. He sat at his desk under the window, the streetlight painting his room in monochrome. He opened his notebook, the one he used for Henry Black's story. On a fresh page, he wrote a new heading. Observations on the prisoner. Asterisk. And he began to write, in clear, clinical prose, everything he had felt, observed, and named. He was cataloging the enemy. He was mapping its cell. The act of writing it down, of turning the unspeakable horror into data, stripped it of some of its power. It became a problem to be solved, not a fate to be endured. He was 10 years old. He had a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in his forehead. And he had just decided to outlast it. Downstairs, Agnes felt the change in the house's atmosphere. The wards hummed with a new, steely frequency. The protective quiet was now a vigilant hush. She poured herself a small measure of sherry, her hand trembling only slightly. "Oh, Harry," she whispered to the silent, watching walls. "What have we armed you with?" And in the deep, silent places of the world, in a forest in Albania, the wraith that was Lord Voldemort felt a sudden, lancing spike of pain, not from his own fragmented existence but from a distance. A sharp, clear rejection asterisk, a slamming of a psychic door he hadn't even known was there, so complete it was like a tooth being pulled from the root. He screamed, a soundless howl of fury that made the dead leaves tremble for miles around. The container was no longer just a container. It was a warden, and the warden had just changed the locks. Chapter 10 asterisk. Winter returned, and with it, Henry's 11th birthday loomed on the horizon like a distant thunderhead. In the wizarding world, it was a milestone year, the year of Hogwarts letters, of official entry into their society. Henry felt its approach not with excitement, but with the grim focus of a sentry-spotting movement in a minefield. The knowledge of the horcrux had changed him. It was as if he'd been living in a house with a strange, constant draft, and now he'd found the rotten window frame, the source of the cold. The cold was still there, but he could measure it, board it up, plan for its eventual repair. The storm inside him didn't lessen, but his relationship to it shifted. He wasn't just containing wild magic. He was quarantining a sentient malignancy. His practice became more martial. He didn't just build walls, he built baffles, labyrinths of will inside his own mind, designed to confuse and trap any invasive tendril of the thing's awareness. He practiced selective silencing, focusing his formidable capacity for no onto the scar itself, creating a sphere of absolute negation around the fragment of soul. When he did this, the world took on a muffled, distant quality, and his own emotions felt flattened, but the constant, low-level psychic buzz from the scar vanished. It was peace, bought at the price of numbness. Agnes watched, her concern deepening. He was becoming formidable, but he was also sealing himself away from more than just the horcrux. The boy who had painted a passionate rose was retreating behind increasingly sophisticated fortifications. "You cannot live your life in a clean room, Henry," she said one afternoon as he sat perfectly still, practicing his inner labyrinths. "The poison hates life, yes. But your defense against it cannot be to also hate life, to reject feeling, connection, the messy beautiful risk of being alive. That is a different kind of victory for it." He opened his eyes. They were clear, calm, and as deep as a stone well. "I'm not rejecting life. I'm prioritizing survival. To feel things strongly is to give it a lever. Joy, anger, love, fear, it can use them all. Neutrality is safe. Neutrality is not living," she countered softly. "It is waiting to die. The rose you encouraged grew because you felt something for it, a recognition, a respect. That was not neutrality. That was a positive force. You must find a way to wield that too, or the thing inside you will win by default, by making your life a gray, empty fortress around its black, empty core." Her words struck a chord, resonating against the cold bedrock of his resolve. He didn't want a gray life. He wanted the rose. He wanted the quiet companionship of Agnes, the satisfaction of a learned fact, the simple pleasure of warm bread. He just wanted them without the attendant vulnerability. He began a new, delicate exercise. He would allow himself a small feeling, the contentment of a hot drink. The interest in a new book, and while holding it, he would actively shield the horcrux fragment, walling it off from any reflection of that feeling. It was like enjoying sunshine while standing in a freezer. Difficult, exhausting, but possible. He was learning to compartmentalize on a profound level. His 11th birthday arrived. It was a Tuesday. The sky was the color of lead. Agnes made pancakes. There was no post at all, magical or otherwise. The silence felt more significant than any letter. "They haven't given up," Agnes said, washing the dishes. "A school like Hogwarts has protocols. If a letter goes unanswered, they send a representative. A teacher." Henry's stomach tightened. A person. Someone who could knock on the door, look him in the eye, see through his glamours. When? Soon, I'd imagine. He made a decision. "I'll be at the library after school. If they come, I'm not here." "Avoidance is a tactic, not a strategy," Agnes warned. "It's a tactic that has worked for 4 years, he replied, his voice flat. He went to school, his glamour of mild disinterest perfected to an art form. He was a ghost in the corridors. At the final bell, he didn't go home. He went to the library and buried himself in the geography section, tracing mountain ranges on maps of Asia, losing himself in silent, immutable facts of the physical world. He was halfway through the Himalayas when he felt it. A subtle, but unmistakable, shift in the ambient magic of the building. A new presence. It was not loud or dark. It was precise, contained, and thrumming with a latent, intellectual power. It felt like a scalpel made of moonlight, sharp, clean, and utterly sure of its purpose. He knew without looking up who had just entered the little whinging library. Slowly, he closed the atlas. He didn't run. He didn't hide. He slid the book back onto the shelf and turned. She was standing at the circulation desk, speaking to the librarian. Tall, severe, with black hair pulled into a tight bun and wearing robes of deepest emerald green under a traveling cloak. Her posture was rigid, her voice crisp and carrying, asking after Henry Black. The librarian, flustered by this imposing woman, pointed vaguely towards the history stacks. Minerva McGonagall turned. Her eyes, behind square spectacles, swept the room with the efficiency of a searchlight. They passed over him once, then snapped back. Henry held his ground. He was the mountain. He was the gray and interesting hill. He was Henry Black, a boy looking at a strange lady in funny clothes. Her gaze was piercing. He felt it like a physical pressure, a probe against his wards. He didn't resist. He let the probe encounter the flawless, boring surface of his glamour. He let her see a faint, confused curiosity, a hint of wariness towards an unfamiliar adult. Nothing more. For a long moment, she just looked at him. He saw the calculations flicker behind her eyes, matching him to some description, sensing the powerful, distorted magical signature that must be screaming to her trained senses, and yet finding it muffled, redirected, wrapped in layers of such profound ordinary stillness that it created a cognitive dissonance. Henry Black, she asked, her voice cooler now. He nodded, once. My name is Professor McGonagall. I am Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I believe you have been expecting our correspondence. He allowed a look of blank incomprehension to settle on his face. Hogwarts. Witchcraft. He infused his voice with just the right amount of bewildered disbelief. I'm sorry, Professor, I think you have the wrong person. My school is Whittington Primary. He saw a flicker of doubt in her stern expression. She pulled a parchment from her robes. It was his Hogwarts letter, he was sure of it. She glanced at it, then back at him. Your magical signature is unusual. Suppressed. But it is there. The trace is undeniable. You are a wizard, Mr. Black. My aunt says I have an active imagination, he said, layering his voice with a touch of embarrassed apology. Sometimes I feel things about places. But magic, wizards, that's just in stories. He was walking a razor's edge. Denying it too forcefully might provoke her. Agreeing at all was out of the question. He was relying on the sheer, audacious banality of his presentation, on the paper shield of Henry Black's existence, and on the subtle, sinking wards Agnes had placed on him that whispered not here, not him, look elsewhere. Asterisk. McGonagall took a step closer. He didn't back away. He smelled a faint scent of parchment and heather about her. Your parents, she said, changing tack. They were magical. You come from a line of very powerful wizards and witches. It is your birthright. A cold anger, pure and clean, cut through his composure. Birthright. A cupboard. A scar. A soul fragment. A destiny of war. What a glittering inheritance. He let none of it show. He let his face fall into a mask of sorrow, expertly crafted from Henry Black's fabricated past. My parents died in a gas leak. In Manchester. They were teachers. They didn't believe in magic. The lie was delivered with perfect, heartbreaking simplicity. McGonagall's resolve wavered. The certainty in her eyes clouded with confusion and a dawning, professional horror. Could the records be wrong? Could the pervasive, protective magic around this boy be something else? A natural suppression. A rare psychic condition. He was so utterly, convincingly normal in his grief and confusion. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, is most keen to meet you, she tried, a last gambit. At the name, the horcrux fragment stirred. A sliver of ice-pick hatred tried to lance up from the well. Henry slammed the inner door shut, encasing it in a sphere of silent, no. He didn't even blink. I don't know anyone by that name. Please, Professor. I need to get home to my aunt. She worries if I'm late. He moved to walk past her. For a second, he thought she might physically stop him. Her hand twitched. But years of discipline, of respecting the clear if bewildering wishes of a seemingly non-magical child, won out. She stepped aside. He walked out of the library into the crisp evening air. He didn't look back. He didn't run. He walked at a steady, ordinary pace, feeling her gaze on his back until he turned the corner. Only then, in the privacy of a deserted alleyway, did he lean against the cold brick wall, his breath coming in short gasps. The effort of maintaining such perfect, passive defiance against one of the most powerful witches in Britain had drained him utterly. His temples throbbed. But he had done it. He had faced a direct emissary of the world he'd rejected and turned her away with nothing but the strength of his no, and the reality of Henry Black. When he arrived home, Agnes was waiting, her face pale. She came here first. I told her you were at the library. She was formidable. She knew something was off with the wards, but she couldn't pierce them. She left looking deeply troubled. Henry told her about the encounter, about his performance. Agnes listened, then let out a slow breath. You sent Minerva McGonagall away confused. I'm not sure if I should be terrified or impressed. She shook her head. But this isn't over, Henry. You have refused the invitation. In their eyes, you are now an underage witch or wizard refusing your education, consorting with a known recluse, and potentially in danger. Or, her eyes narrowed, a potential danger. They will escalate. They may involve the ministry. They may send someone less scrupulous. The victory felt hollow, already crumbling at the edges. There was always another level, another layer of force they could apply. He went to his room. He took out the notebook labeled Observations on the Prisoner. Under the cold, clinical notes, he wrote a new entry. Asterisk 11th birthday. Agent of Hogwarts McGonagall deployed. Neutralized via strategic deployment of verified mundanity and reinforced personal boundaries. Threat level remains elevated. Expect escalation. Asterisk. He closed the book. He was a general writing after a skirmish. The war was not won. The siege continued. Outside, an owl hooted, not near their house, but somewhere in the distance. A normal owl, with normal owl business. Henry lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He was 11. He had just repelled a witch who could turn into a cat. He had a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in his head. And he was so tired. But deep within the fortified layers of his being, beneath the mountain and the sky and the labyrinth, a tiny, stubborn ember glowed. It was the ember that had encouraged the rose. It was the part of him that was not poison, not defense, not negation. It was the part that was simply, quietly, alive. And for now, that had to be enough. Chapter 11 asterisk. The victory over Professor McGonagall was Pyrrhic. It bought time, but at a cost. The air around number 7, Walpole Terrace, thickened with a watchful tension that had nothing to do with Agnes's wards. It was the feeling of being a specimen under a microscope held by a distant, powerful hand. Henry's 12th birthday came and went without incident. No owls, no professors, no letters. The silence was more unnerving than the contact. It felt like the calm before a calculated strike. He was growing, shooting up in fits and starts, all angles and sharp edges. His face was losing the softness of childhood, revealing the strong, stubborn bones beneath. His eyes, when he wasn't carefully blanking them, held a watchful intensity that made the few people who noticed him look away, unsettled. His containment had evolved into something sleek and formidable. The storm was now a contained reactor, its energy banked and shielded. The horcrux fragment was encased in multiple layers of psychic insulation, a sphere of silence, wrapped in a labyrinth of disinterest, surrounded by a wall of focused mundanity. It was still there, a cold, sick weight, but its influence was reduced to the occasional, muted nightmare and a constant, background hum of wrongness, like a bad tooth one learns to ignore. Agnes's lessons shifted focus again. The threat, they agreed, would not be another polite professor. It would be coercion, or subterfuge, or an attempt to discredit their carefully constructed reality. They will attack the story of Henry Black, Agnes predicted. They will dig. They will find the seams in Mr. Baradin's paperwork. They will send someone from the non-magical authorities, a social worker, a truant officer, to question your well-being. Or they will attempt to separate us. So, they drilled. They rehearsed Henry's history until it was smoother than truth. They prepared documents, Forged school reports from Manchester, a fake diary of his, mother's, with mundane entries, photographs Agnes had magically altered to show a happy, ordinary family that never was. They built a past as solid as a stage set, with props and backstories. Henry also began a new, clandestine study. If the wizarding world's power was based on wands and words, he needed to understand its grammar. Using Agnes's old, carefully preserved textbooks from her youth, dusty tomes on magical theory, a history of European wizarding, and a dry, dense volume called The Fundamental Principles of Charms, he began to educate himself. Not to practice, to understand, to recognize the tools they might use against him. He learned about the trace, the charm that monitored underage magic. It explained why they'd left him alone for so long. The Dursleys' house had been so devoid of magic that any outburst would have been glaring. Here, with Agnes, his own controlled energy was likely masked by her subdued, ancient magical signature. But if he performed wandless magic, especially something dramatic, it might still register. He learned about the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, about improper use of magic, about the potential for being declared a magical malcontent, or worse, an obliviation risk. He was mapping the bureaucracy of the world that wanted to claim him. He felt no longing for this world. Its politics seemed petty, its dangers melodramatic, its solution to everything either a memory charm or a hex. The more he learned, the more his rejection hardened into something like contempt. His connection to the non-magical world deepened in contrast. He took a paper round, enjoying the pre-dawn quiet of the sleeping streets, the simple exchange of work for money. He saved his coins in a tin under his bed. He joined the school library's chess club, not for camaraderie, but for the silent, complex battle of logic on the board. He was good at it. He learned to think 10 moves ahead, to sacrifice pieces for position, to see the whole board. It felt like practice. The chess club was where he met Eleanor. She was a new girl, quiet like him, with fierce brown eyes and a habit of chewing on the end of her play when she concentrated. She was the only one who could consistently beat him. After their games, they would analyze the moves in near silence, pointing at the board with short, precise statements. Knight to f5 was arrogant, she'd say. It invited the pawn sacrifice, he'd counter. It underestimated the bishop's diagonal. A week after her arrival, as they were packing up the pieces, she said, without looking at him, "You're different." His defenses, always primed for a magical probe, snapped to attention. He kept his voice neutral. "How? You don't, Ripple." She finally looked at him, her gaze direct and unnervingly perceptive. "Everyone else, they have a wake. Like a boat. Moods, worries, whatever. It pushes the air around. You don't have one. You're like a stone in a stream. The water just goes around." It was the most accurate description of his containment he'd ever heard, from a girl who shouldn't be able to sense anything. A squib. Or just incredibly observant. "I'm just quiet," he said, employing the Henry Black shrug. She studied him for a moment longer, then nodded, accepting the non-answer. "It's a good strategy. For chess. For other things." He felt seen, in a way that had nothing to do with magic. It was unsettling, intriguing. He found himself looking forward to chess club, to those silent, analytical conversations. It was a connection based on intellect, on a shared understanding of patterns and silence. It felt safe, real. Agnes noticed the slight shift in him, the tiny spark of engagement with the world outside their fortress. She didn't comment, but he saw the approval in her eyes. The peace held through the spring. Henry almost let himself believe the wizard world had given up. Perhaps McGonagall's confusion had been enough. Perhaps Dumbledore had bigger problems. Then, the man in the tweed suit appeared. He was there one Saturday morning, leaning against a lamppost diagonally across from number 7, reading a newspaper. He was unremarkable, mid-40s, thinning hair, a kind, slightly rumpled face. But Henry, coming back from his paper round, felt him instantly. The magic was subtle, expertly woven into a guise of utter normality. It wasn't the sharp, precise power of McGonagall. This was softer, more pervasive. A magic of gentle persuasion, of nudging attention, of making one feel at ease. It was the most dangerous kind yet, because it didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a friendly neighbor. Henry didn't break stride. He walked past his own gate, around the corner, and doubled back through the alleyways to enter the house from the back lane. He found Agnes in the kitchen, her face grim. "You felt him," she said. "Who is he?" "I don't know. Not a teacher. Not an Auror. His magic is diplomatic. Covert. Ministry, maybe. Or one of Dumbledore's more subtle friends." The man, Mr. Tweedy, as they took to calling him, became a fixture. He was there most days, at different times, always doing something innocuous, walking a small, fluffy dog that looked as fake as he did, fixing a bicycle, chatting with other neighbors. He was embedding himself into the scenery of Walpole Terrace. He never approached the house. He just observed. His magic was a constant, gentle pressure against their wards, not trying to break them, but testing their texture, their give. Learning them. Henry's rage was a cold, silent thing. This was an invasion, more insidious than an owl or a professor. This was someone trying to wear them down, to make them accustomed to being watched, to infiltrate their reality by becoming a part of it. He couldn't attack. That would be a response, an acknowledgement. He had to out-endure, out-normal him. He and Agnes began a counter-operation. They leaned into their roles with exaggerated normality. Agnes would take her knitting out to the front step on sunny afternoons, waving politely at Mr. Tweedy as he walked his fake dog. Henry would wash the front windows, a picture of mundane teenage chore doing. They hosted a painfully normal, neighborhood tea, for 3 other elderly residents from the terrace, laughing at boring stories about bin collection days. Henry made small talk about football scores he'd memorized from the paper. It was a performance, and Mr. Tweedy was their audience. They could feel his magic, a faint, frustrated buzz, as it slid off the impeccable, boring surface of their lives. He was looking for cracks, for strangeness, for a hint of magical panic or secrecy. He found only suburban tedium. The standoff lasted a month. Henry felt the strain. Maintaining such a high level, constant glamour, while also reinforcing the wards against the gentle, probing magic, was draining. He took to walking with Eleanor after chess, saying little, letting her calm, observant presence ground him in a reality that wasn't part of the war. One evening, as they walked past the park, she said, "The man who watches your house. He's not really fixing that car." Henry's blood ran cold. He stopped. "What?" "He's been fixing that same Austin Metro for 3 weeks. He never gets dirty. The engine hasn't made a sound. He just leans on it and looks." She glanced at him, her brown eyes serious. "You know he's watching you. I can tell you know. You get even stiller when he's around." He had no defense against this. She saw with clear, non-magical eyes what was hidden from magical probes. "It's complicated," he said, the weakest of all answers. "I know complicated," she said simply. "My dad, he has people who watch him sometimes. From the government. He says it's because he knows things they wish he didn't." She didn't elaborate. She didn't need to. She offered the information as a trade, a gesture of trust. He looked at her, this girl who saw ripples in the air and understood about being watched. A potential ally, in the most ordinary, human sense. "Is he dangerous?" he asked, meaning Mr. Tweedy. "People who watch are always dangerous," she said. "But he's being careful. He doesn't want to be seen seeing. That makes him cautious." It was a tactical analysis. He appreciated it. "Thank you," he said. She nodded. They walked on in silence, a new, unspoken understanding between them. The next day, Mr. Tweedy was gone. No fanfare. No farewell. The Austin Metro vanished overnight. The gentle, probing pressure against their wards ceased. That evening, a barn owl delivered a single, plain envelope to their front door. No name. Agnes brought it inside, her hands steady. She opened it. Inside was a photograph. It showed a young woman with dark red hair and brilliant green eyes, laughing, holding a baby. The baby had a tuft of black hair and a tiny, happy face. On the back, in a neat, cursive hand, was written, "Lily and Harry, October 1981. Asterisk. It was a punch to the gut. A reminder of the life stolen, of the boy he was supposed to be. It was a weapon aimed directly at the heart of Henry Black. Henry looked at the photograph of his mother. He felt a distant, aching sadness, a ghost of a loss. But the face of the baby was a stranger. That wasn't him. That was Harry Potter. He took the photograph to the gas fire in the sitting room. He held it over the blue flame until it caught, curling black at the edges, the smiling faces consumed. He dropped it into the hearth and watched it turn to ash. They're trying to make me miss a life I never had, he said, his voice empty. They don't understand. I don't want that life back. I never had it to begin with. Agnes put a hand on his shoulder. The touch was warm, real, present. They are running out of subtle tricks, she said. First persuasion, now emotional manipulation. The next move will be harder. Less kind. Henry looked at the ashes of his mother's image. The cold fury was back, but it was focused now, honed by chess games and paper rounds and the quiet understanding of a girl who saw ripples. Let them come, he said. Chapter 12 *. The ashes of the photograph seemed to mark a turning point. The covert, psychological war was over. Mr. Tweedy's disappearance and the burned picture felt like a retreat, but Henry knew better. It was a change in tactics. The enemy was done asking nicely. He was 13. Adolescence was a quiet, internal earthquake. His voice cracked at inconvenient moments. His limbs felt too long, his coordination occasionally deserting him. The physical awkwardness was a strange counterpoint to the iron control he maintained over his inner world. It was a reminder that he was, despite everything, a human animal, subject to biology and time. His connection with Eleanor deepened. It wasn't friendship in the boisterous, confiding sense. It was a silent partnership. They didn't talk about their families, their fears, the man who had watched his house. They talked about chess, about books, about the migratory patterns of birds, her latest interest. They walked home from school together, comfortable in a silence that wasn't empty, but shared. She was an anchor in the mundane world, a point of sanity. He found himself trusting her, not with his secrets, but with his presence. He could be Henry Black with her, and it didn't feel like a lie. Agnes approved. The fortress needs a garden, was all she said. Something alive that isn't part of the wall. Summer brought a heatwave. The air in Little Whinging shimmered with a viscous, oppressive heat. The concrete yard became a frying pan. Henry took to spending afternoons in the shaded corner of the local park with Eleanor, ostensibly revising for end-of-year exams, mostly sitting in companionable silence under a large oak. It was there, on a Thursday so hot the birds were silent, that the next strike came. Not with magic, with bureaucracy. A car, an unremarkable Ford, pulled up on the curb near their bench. Two people got out. A woman in a sensible skirt suit, carrying a clipboard. A man in a cheap blazer, his expression professionally neutral. They walked with purpose towards Henry and Eleanor. Henry Black? The woman asked, her voice crisp, official. Henry's internal alarm shrieked. He kept his face carefully blank, the mild, slightly confused expression of Henry Black slotting into place. Yes, I'm Ms. Cartwright from Social Services. This is my colleague, Mr. Evans. We'd like to have a word with you about your living situation with your aunt, Agnes Black. Eleanor went very still beside him. He could feel her watching, assessing. Is something wrong? Henry asked, injecting a note of polite concern. We've received some concerning information, Ms. Cartwright said, her eyes scanning him, noting his clean but worn clothes, his watchful stillness. Regarding the validity of your guardianship and your aunt's fitness to care for you. We need to ask you a few questions. Perhaps somewhere more private. Her gaze flicked to Eleanor, a clear dismissal. Anything you have to say to me, you can say in front of my friend, Henry said calmly. A show of normal teenage solidarity. We're revising. Ms. Cartwright's lips tightened. Very well. Can you tell us about your life in Manchester? Before you came to live with your aunt. He recited the fiction flawlessly, adding small, vivid details, the smell of the library where his mother worked, the sound of the football crowds from the stadium near their flat. He spoke with the fond, slightly distant tone of remembered childhood trauma. The social workers took notes. They asked about Agnes, her health, her income, her reasons for taking him in. She's family, Henry said, simple and firm. She's kind. She takes care of me. I help her. We're fine. We'd like to speak with her, and see your home, Mr. Evans said, his voice quieter but implacable. She's probably having her afternoon rest, Henry said. But you're welcome to come by. Number 7, Walpole Terrace. He gave the address willingly. Resistance would be a red flag. The drive back was tense and silent. Eleanor walked beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. They're not who they say they are, she murmured, so low only he could hear. I know. The man, Evans. His watch is too expensive for the job. And he keeps touching his left pocket. A wand, maybe. Henry's respect for her perception sharpened into awe. She wasn't magical. She was just terrifyingly observant. Probably. What do you need me to do? The offer, plain and direct, almost undid him. Be a witness, he said. Be normal. Be Eleanor. She nodded. Agnes was waiting, having doubtless felt the approach of the magical presence disguised as Mr. Evans. She had transformed the sitting room into a stage set of benign, slightly shabby elderly life. A half-finished crossword, knitting on the armchair, a gentle smell of soup from the kitchen. The interview was an interrogation masquerading as a chat. Ms. Cartwright asked pointed questions about paperwork, about Henry's trauma, about Agnes's medical history. Agnes played the slightly deaf, kindly, but sharp-witted old woman to perfection, producing the forged documents with a trembling hand. Mr. Evans said little, but his eyes were everywhere, his magic a subtle, searching pulse that washed over the wards Agnes had reinforced to look like nothing more than the quiet ambience of an old home. Henry sat quietly, answering when directly addressed, projecting an aura of slightly awkward but devoted care for his aunt. He watched Mr. Evans the way he'd watch a spider in his room, not with fear, but with a cold assessment of its potential to cause harm. The inspection moved to the house. Henry's room, neat, sparse, with schoolbooks and a chess set. No signs of magical paraphernalia. No hidden compartments. Just a boy's room. It was in the kitchen that Mr. Evans made his move. As Agnes fussed with the kettle, he, accidentally, brushed against the old rosemary plant on the windowsill. A subtle pulse of magic, designed to detect concealment charms, flowed from his fingers into the pot. The plant, which had been encouraged by Henry's respectful attention for years, reacted. Not with a flash of light or a reveal of hidden objects. It simply thrived, violently. Before their eyes, the woody stem thickened, new, vibrant green shoots burst forth, and the entire plant doubled in size, filling the kitchen with a pungent, healthy scent. Ms. Cartwright gasped. Agnes froze, the kettle in her hand. Mr. Evans's eyes lit with triumph. An interesting reaction, he said softly, his official demeanor slipping to reveal the cold, assessing wizard beneath. Plants don't usually do that, do they, Mrs. Black? Unless influenced. Henry acted before thought. He let out a small, embarrassed laugh. Oh, that. Aunt Aggie's special plant food. She gets it from a weird old garden center out near Reigate. Smells awful, but look at it go. She's always trying to get me to use it on the rose bush. He rolled his eyes, the perfect picture of a teenager embarrassed by an eccentric relative's hobby. The performance was so flawless, so utterly mundane, that it derailed Mr. Evans's certainty. He stared at Henry, then at the now giant rosemary, his magical senses probing frantically. He found nothing. No spell residue, no hidden magic. Just a thriving plant and a boy mentioning garden centers. Agnes seized the thread. Oh, hush, Henry, it's not that bad. It's just a bit of fish, blood, and bone, with some other things. An old recipe. She waved a dismissive hand. Now, who's for tea? The moment passed. The social workers stayed for a painfully polite cup of tea, asked a few more desultory questions, and left. The Ford pulled away from the curb. The door closed. The glamour dropped. Agnes leaned against the wall, looking suddenly every day of her 100 years. Henry's hands were trembling. They'll be back, Agnes said, her voice thin. He wasn't convinced. He's an obliviator. Or close to it. His job is to find hidden magic and clean up the mess. He found something, even if he can't prove what. We need to leave, Henry said, the old fear surging. And go where? They can find us anywhere we set down roots. Running confirms guilt. She pushed herself upright, a fire returning to her eyes. No. We stand. We've held them off with paper and performance for years. We can do it a little longer. But we must be prepared for the next step. They will try to remove you. A welfare concern. They'll get a court order. Henry felt the walls of his life narrowing, the options vanishing. He couldn't go into the care system. His control would shatter. The horcrux would be discovered. Or worse, he'd be dragged to St. Mungo's, or the Department of Mysteries, to be studied. That evening, he couldn't sit still. He told Agnes he was going for a walk. He found himself outside Eleanor's house. He didn't knock. He just stood there, in the deepening twilight. Her face appeared at an upstairs window. A moment later, she came out the front door, closing it quietly behind her. "Walk," she said. They walked in silence for a block. Then he said, "They're going to try to take me away from her. I know. I can't let that happen. I know that too." She stopped, turning to face him. The streetlight made her fierce brown eyes look like old gold. "You're not just a quiet boy with a weird aunt, are you, Henry?" He met her gaze. He owed her the truth, or a piece of it. "No. Is it, are you in danger?" "From them. From everyone," he said, and it was the truest thing he'd ever spoken. She digested this. "What do you need?" "A distraction. If they come with papers, with police, I need time for us to disappear." He couldn't believe he was saying this. He was asking a 13-year-old girl to help him vanish. She didn't blink. "How much time?" "Minutes. Maybe an hour." She nodded slowly. "I can create a distraction. A big one. But it will bring attention. It might make things worse for you later." "Things are already as bad as they can get," he said, and in that moment, he believed it. "All right," she said. "If it happens, you'll know the distraction when you see it. Be ready." She reached out and squeezed his arm, a quick, firm pressure. Then she turned and walked back to her house, a small, determined figure in the dusk. Henry walked home, a strange feeling in his chest. It wasn't hope. It was the grim solidarity of soldiers in a trench, sharing a last cigarette before the whistle blows. He had an ally. A human one. It changed the calculus of the siege. Back at number 7, Agnes was waiting with a suitcase open on the sitting room floor. "Not packed, but ready. Just in case," she said. "The essentials. Money. Papers. A change of clothes. Your notebook." He looked at the small, pathetic case. The sum total of a life built on, no. It wasn't much. But it was his. He went to his room and took the tin from under his bed. His paper-round money. He added it to the case. Then he sat at his desk and opened the observations notebook. He wrote a final entry. Contingency. Evacuation. Alley secured. E. Distraction possible. Objective. Preserve the unit. A. And H. Maintain containment at all costs. If separated, rendezvous. He hesitated, then wrote the name of a village he'd seen on a map, a random, unremarkable spot in the Cotswolds. He closed the book and packed it. That night, he lay awake, listening to the house settle. He wasn't the sky. He wasn't the mountain. He was a soldier on watch, waiting for the dawn attack. His hand rested on the cold, dormant weight of the horcrux, a constant reminder of the deeper, older war he was also fighting. Somewhere in London, in a nondescript ministry office, a report was being filed. Subject: Henry Black. Guardian: Agnes Black. Assessment: highly irregular. Magical signature anomalous, suppressed. Environment shows signs of advanced, passive wards. Guardian possibly a squib with unusual knowledge. Recommend: elevated surveillance. Preparation for Section 13 custody hearing, magical minor in unsanctioned environment. Asterisk. The wheels were turning. The siege engine was rolling towards the gates. And in a small, tidy house in Little Whinging, a boy and an old woman waited, their bags by the door, a fragile alliance with a sharp-eyed girl their only cavalry. Chapter 13. The attack, when it came, was not a dramatic, midnight raid. It was a civilized, daylight evisceration. It was a Tuesday morning, 2 weeks after the social worker's visit. Henry was eating toast, reviewing a chess problem Eleanor had given him, when a firm, authoritative knock sounded on the front door. Not the tentative tap of a neighbor. The knock of people who expected to be let in. Agnes met his eyes across the kitchen table. The message was clear: this is it. Asterisk. She rose, her movements slow and deliberate, and went to answer. Henry stayed seated, forcing himself to take another bite of toast. It tasted like sawdust. He heard voices in the hall. Ms. Cartwright's crisp tones. A deeper, unfamiliar male voice. And then a third, cool, clipped, unmistakably magical. He didn't need to see her to know it was the witch from the ministry, the one who had been Mr. Evans. Agnes led them into the sitting room. Henry finished his toast, wiped his hands meticulously on a napkin, and went to join them. 3 people stood in the small room, making it feel crowded. Ms. Cartwright, clipboard at the ready. A tall, stern-faced man in a good suit, a solicitor or a court official. And a witch, her robes hidden under a smart trench coat, her dark hair in a severe bun. She held herself with an air of impatient authority. Her eyes swept over Henry, and he felt the familiar, invasive tingle of a diagnostic charm. "Henry," Agnes said, her voice admirably steady. "These people have some papers they'd like us to see." The stern man stepped forward. "Henry Black, I am Mr. Graves, representing the family court. This," he held out a document with an official seal, "is an interim care order. Pending a full hearing, the court has deemed it necessary to remove you from this environment and place you in temporary foster care, due to concerns over the validity of your guardianship and your educational and social welfare." The words were dry, legal, and they fell like axes. The witch spoke. "I am Electo Caro, from the Department of Magical Child Welfare." Her voice was like grating stone. "We have reason to believe you are a magical child being kept in an unsanctioned, unregulated environment, depriving you of your rights and education under the statute of secrecy. You will be coming with us." 2 prongs. The mundane law and the magical law, converging to pry him loose. Henry felt the cold knot in his chest expand, filling him with a glacial calm. This was the battlefield. On what grounds? He asked, his voice level, addressing Mr. Graves. "My aunt has provided all the necessary documents. I am healthy. I attend school. My grades are satisfactory. What is the specific concern?" Mr. Graves looked slightly taken aback by the articulate challenge from a 13-year-old. "The provenance of the documents is under question. There are irregularities. Furthermore, your isolated living situation, with an elderly relative, is not considered conducive to your social development." "I have friends," Henry said. It was barely true, but Eleanor counted. "I participate in school clubs." "Isolated compared to what? A children's home." Ms. Cartwright intervened. "Henry, this is for your own good. We just want to ensure you're in a safe, supportive environment while these matters are cleared up." "This is my environment," he said, his gaze sweeping the room, landing on Agnes. "It is safe. It is supportive." Electo Caro snorted. "This hovel, warded with quaint little hedge magic. You are a wizard, boy. You belong at Hogwarts, learning to control your gifts, not hiding here with a squib, playing at being mundane." Her contempt was palpable. Henry turned his eyes to her. He let his glamour drop, not to reveal the storm, but to reveal the sheer, solid mass of his will. He wasn't Henry Black, confused orphan. He was the mountain. "I do not want to go to Hogwarts. I have made that choice. My gifts are under my control. And where I belong is my decision." The air in the room chilled several degrees. Caro's eyes narrowed. "You are a minor. You do not get to decide. The ministry decides what is best for underage wizards. And it is decided that you are coming into custody. Now." She drew her wand from inside her coat. It was the escalation he'd been waiting for. The threat of force. Agnes stepped forward, placing herself slightly in front of Henry. "You will not use magic on this child in my home. Stand aside, woman," Caro sneered. "Or you will be charged with obstructing the ministry." The standoff crackled. Mr. Graves and Ms. Cartwright looked deeply uncomfortable, out of their depth. Henry's mind raced. Where was Eleanor's distraction? Had she understood the signal? Was she even home? Then, from outside, a sound began. Not a scream, not an explosion. A siren. The piercing, rising falling wail of a fire alarm. But it wasn't from one house. It seemed to be coming from multiple directions, growing in volume, a discordant symphony of electronic shrieks. Ms. Cartwright jumped. Mr. Graves frowned, stepping towards the window. What on earth? Caro ignored it, her wand still trained on Agnes. A childish trick. It changes nothing. But the distraction wasn't the sound. It was the consequence. Through the front window, Henry saw neighbors spilling out of their houses, looking around in confusion. And then he saw Eleanor. She was on the pavement opposite, holding what looked like a large, complex remote control. She met his gaze through the glass and gave a single, sharp nod. She pressed a button. Every single car on Walpole Terrace, and the adjacent streets, simultaneously started blaring its alarm. The noise was deafening, an overwhelming, panicked cacophony of honking, wailing, beeping. It was impossible to think, to speak. In the sitting room, the mundane officials clapped their hands over their ears. Caro flinched, the sudden, violent assault on her senses breaking her concentration for a critical second. That was all Henry and Agnes needed. Agnes didn't go for a wand. She slammed her foot down on a specific floorboard. A hidden release clicked. A section of the bookshelf beside the fireplace swung inward, revealing a dark space. Go! Agnes shouted over the hellish noise. Henry didn't hesitate. He grabbed the pre-packed suitcase from beside the armchair and dove into the darkness. He heard Caro's enraged shout, a curse that sizzled past him and hit the wall, showering plaster. He was in a shallow, stone-lined space, a priest hole, an old muggle hiding place Agnes had reinforced. The shelf swung shut behind him, plunging him into absolute blackness. He heard muffled bangs, shouts, the continuing insane chorus of car alarms. He felt, rather than saw, Agnes's magic activate. Not offensive magic, transport magic, but not apparition, something older, slower, rooted in the house itself. The stones around him hummed. He felt a lurch, a sense of being pulled, not through space, but through the substance of the earth itself. It was sickening. It felt like the world was turning inside out. He clenched his teeth, holding onto his suitcase, holding onto the mountain inside him, containing the nausea and the terror. The journey lasted an eternity and a second. The sounds faded, replaced by a profound, damp silence and the smell of wet earth and stone. The darkness remained absolute. He was somewhere else. The safe house. A bolt hole prepared for this exact moment. He was out. But he was alone. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Agnes. She hadn't come with him. The magic had been a one-way trip, triggered from the inside, sending him away. She had stayed behind to hold them off, to cover his escape. A cold, sick dread, deeper than any fear for himself, washed over him. What would they do to her? A squib, obstructing the ministry. Caro's face swam in his memory, full of cruel impatience. He sat in the utter blackness, the silence pressing in on him, the distant memory of car alarms echoing in his mind. He had escaped. The fortress had held, and he had retreated to a hidden tunnel. But the cost. He focused on his breathing. In, out. He was the mountain. But the mountain felt hollow, because its architect, its guardian, was back in the overrun fortress. After what felt like hours, a tiny, cool light flickered into existence near his face. It was a will-o'-the-wisp, a ball of faint blue light. Agnes's magic, a delayed message. It hovered, then zipped to one wall of the tiny space, illuminating a simple lever. He pulled it. A heavy stone door grated open, revealing a narrow, low tunnel carved from rock. The will-o'-the-wisp bobbed ahead, leading the way. He crawled for what seemed like miles, the suitcase scraping beside him. Finally, the tunnel ended at a rough wooden door. He pushed it open and stumbled out into blinding sunlight. He was in a small, hidden clearing in the middle of a dense wood. Ancient trees surrounded him, their canopy blocking most of the sky. In the center of the clearing was a tiny, stone shepherd's hut, its roof sagging but intact. The air was cool, clean, and utterly still. No sound of traffic, no distant voices. Only birdsong and the sigh of the wind in the leaves. This was the rendezvous. The Cotswolds. Agnes had prepared this too. He entered the hut. It was one room, dusty but dry. A narrow cot. A small, cold fireplace. A shelf with tinned food and bottled water. A note, in Agnes's spidery handwriting, was propped on the shelf. Henry. The house is compromised. I will delay them as long as I can. Do not try to find me. You are safe here. The wards are old and strong. They will not find this place. Wait. Be still. You have everything you need. Remember your training. You are not alone. You carry your truth. And you have a friend who makes excellent distractions. Asterisk. A. Asterisk. Asterisk P. S. Feed the kestrel. He's a nosy old thing, but he's mine. Asterisk. Henry read the note 3 times. The fear for her was a live wire in his chest, but her words were a tether. You are not alone. He looked around the hut. It was a prison, but it was his prison. A fortress redux. He went back outside. High in a towering pine at the edge of the clearing, he saw a flash of gray. A kestrel, watching him with sharp, unblinking eyes. He was 13 years old. He was alone in a forest. The Ministry of Magic was hunting him. A piece of a dark lord was in his head. And his only ally in the world was an old woman who had likely just been arrested. But he had a suitcase with his notes. He had a roof. He had a kestrel to feed. And he had, for the first time, used his fortress not just to defend, but to execute a tactical retreat. He stood in the dappled sunlight, listening to the forest. The panic, the grief, the fear, he observed them. He named them. Then he let them settle into the vast, calm sky of his being. The mountain did not crumble. He went back inside, unpacked his suitcase, and placed his observation notebook on the shelf beside Agnes's note. He opened a tin of beans. He ate, methodically, tasting nothing, fueling the machine that was his body. The siege was not over. It had just moved to a new, more remote location. And he was now the sole defender. As night fell in the clearing, and he lit a small, careful fire in the hearth, he felt a strange, grim peace. This was the reality he had chosen when he walked away from Privet Drive. A life of hiding, of fighting to exist on his own terms. It was harder, lonelier than he had imagined. But it was his. High above, the kestrel let out a piercing cry. Henry looked up through the open door at the first stars pricking through the canopy. Somewhere, in a ministry holding cell or a squalid little office, Agnes Black was likely facing questions. And somewhere else, a sharp-eyed girl in Little Whinging was probably dismantling her remote control, a job well done. He was not alone. The network was small, and damaged, but it existed. And for now, in the deep, ancient silence of the woods, that had to be enough. He banked the fire, lay on the cot, and stared at the rough beams of the ceiling. The war continued. But, tonight, he held this ground. Chapter 14. Silence had a different texture in the forest. It wasn't the quiet of a house holding its breath, or the muffled silence of his old containment. This was a deep, living silence, woven from the rustle of a million leaves, the scuttle of insects in the loam, the distant call of owls. It was a silence that pressed in on all sides, a presence rather than an absence. Henry's first days in the shepherd's hut were a study in survival stripped to its essentials. He inventoried the supplies: tinned food for a month if rationed, a small pot for heating, a canteen for water from the icy, clear stream he found 20 yards from the clearing. He cleared the hearth of old ashes and practiced building a fire that was small, hot, and gave off little smoke. He unrolled the thin sleeping bag from his suitcase onto the cot. The hut itself was a marvel of subtle magic. Agnes hadn't lied. The wards were old, not the sharp, woven kind of modern wizards, but something sunk into the stone and soil, a gentle persuasion that this place was uninteresting, a blank spot on the map. From the outside, he suspected the clearing looked like an impenetrable thicket of bramble. From the inside, the world felt softened, distant. Even the horcrux's constant hum seemed muted, as if buried under layers of moss and time. His routine was monastic. Dawn, wake, breathe, reinforce the mountain. Morning, fetch water, check the perimeter, a mental exercise. He never left the clearing, perform slow, careful stretches to keep his body from stiffening. Afternoon, study. He had his observation notebook, Agnes's old magical theory books smuggled in his suitcase, and a few mundane novels. He read not for escape, but for understanding, cross-referencing magical principles with the natural world around him. He noted how the ward magic felt similar to the way the oldest trees seemed to gather stillness around them. The kestrel was his only company. The bird was a fierce, beautiful creature, gray with barred wings and eyes like black beads. It watched him from the high pine, accepting the scraps of meat Henry put out on a flat rock, but never coming close. Agnes is familiar, keeping watch. Its presence was a tether to her, a living message that she had planned for this. Loneliness was a cold, constant companion. He missed Agnes's quiet strength, the smell of her tea, the sound of her knitting needles. He missed the predictable rhythm of school, the chess club, the walk home with Eleanor. The memory of her distraction, the glorious, chaotic symphony of car alarms, made him smile, a rare, unpracticed expression that felt strange on his face. He hoped she was okay. He had no way of knowing. His magical practice changed. Without Agnes to guide him, and with the pressing need to remain undetectable, he focused on refinement, not power. He practiced making the will-o'-the-wisp light, the only bit of active magic he dared, last longer on less energy. He practiced extending his senses, not to feel magic, but to listen to the forest, to distinguish the sound of a deer moving from the wind, to sense the approach of rain in the pressure of the air. He was learning the language of his new prison. He also began a new, dangerous exercise, deliberately communing with the horcrux. It was a calculated risk. He needed to understand his enemy, and he was isolated now, with no one to pull him back if he went too far. He would sit cross-legged on the floor of the hut, build his mental fortress to its maximum strength, and then, with the care of a bomb disposal expert, he would direct a thread of awareness into the well, towards the cold, coiled presence. He never spoke to it. He never engaged with the hatred or the entitlement. He simply observed its state. Was it restless? Was it dreaming? Did it react to his own emotional shifts? He kept a log in his notebook. Day 7, subject dormant. Resonance with twilight. Increased cold sensation at sunset. Asterisk. Day 12, disturbance. Correlated with my memory of the social workers. Suggests it feeds on fear conflict. Noted. Asterisk. Day 19, attempted to project a feeling of absolute safety, fabricated. Subject recoiled. Antipathy to peace confirmed. Asterisk. It was grim, clinical work. He was dissecting the cancer in his soul. Each session left him chilled to the bone and emotionally hollow, but also with a fiercer sense of control. Knowledge was a weapon. 3 weeks into his exile, the forest silence broke. It wasn't a magical signature. It was the sound of an engine, distant but growing closer. A vehicle on a road he hadn't known was there. Then voices. Human voices, shouting to each other. Not searching. Ramblers. Foresters. His heart hammered against his ribs. He extinguished his small fire instantly, packed his things into the suitcase, and stood in the center of the hut, his senses stretched to their limits. The wards held. The voices passed, perhaps 100 yards away, never deviating towards the clearing, never hinting that they sensed anything amiss. They faded. The incident left him shaken. He wasn't as remote as he'd thought. The world was out there, and it could stumble close. He spent the next day reinforcing the hut's physical camouflage, weaving fallen branches against its walls, scattering leaf litter to break its lines. The encounter also sparked a new, desperate idea. If people could come close, could he get a message out? He thought of Eleanor. She was smart, resourceful, and had already risked everything for him. But how? He had no owl, no address, no way to connect to the non-magical postal system. Then he remembered the kestrel. That evening, as he placed the bird's scrap of meat on the rock, he looked up at its perch. "Can you find her?" he whispered, knowing it was insane. "The girl. In Little Whinging. Eleanor." The kestrel stared down, unmoving. Henry didn't know how familiar bonds worked, but Agnes had said the bird was nosy. It had found this place. Maybe it could find a person. He went inside and tore a blank page from his notebook. He wrote nothing incriminating. Just a chess problem, a complex, elegant endgame he and Eleanor had never solved. At the bottom, he drew a small, simple rose. He folded the paper until it was tiny and thick, then went back outside. He placed it carefully beside the meat. "For Eleanor," he said, feeling utterly foolish. The kestrel swooped down, snatched the meat in its talons, and was back on its branch in a flash. It ignored the paper. Henry's hope faltered. He went to bed in the deepening gloom. He was woken just before dawn by a soft tap 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 on the wooden shutter of the hut's small window. He was on his feet instantly, heart in his throat. He crept to the door, peering out. On the ground before the hut lay the kestrel. And beside it, clutched in one curled talon, was a dead field mouse. And tucked under the mouse was a tiny, rolled scroll of paper. He rushed out, his breath pluming in the cold air. He gently pried the scroll from the bird's grip. The kestrel gave a soft kek asterisk of annoyance but didn't attack. He unrolled the paper. It was a receipt from a newsagent in Little Whinging, dated 2 days prior. On the back, in a familiar, neat handwriting, was a single line. "Knight takes bishop. Check. Rose thriving. Watch the queen. Asterisk." He stared at it. Knight takes bishop. An answer to a move they'd debated weeks ago. Rose thriving. Agnes. Was she alive? Okay. Watch the queen. A warning. The most powerful piece. The ministry. Someone else. A message. She'd gotten his message. The kestrel had found her. And she'd sent one back, via a receipt and a dead mouse. It was absurd. It was brilliant. A sob, harsh and unexpected, ripped from his throat. He wasn't alone. The network was still active. Agnes was alive. Eleanor was watching. He looked at the kestrel, which was now tearing into its mouse with gusto. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick. He went inside, the scrap of paper clutched in his hand like a holy relic. He built up the fire, the flames casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. For the first time since his arrival, the hut didn't feel like a prison. It felt like a forward operating base. He had intelligence. He had a line of communication. He ate his breakfast with a real appetite. He reviewed his notes with fresh eyes. Watch the Queen. Who was the Queen? Electo Caro. Someone higher. Dumbledore. He didn't know. But he was no longer just waiting. He was gathering information. He was part of a resistance, however tiny. That afternoon, he practiced his magic with renewed purpose. He focused not on containment, but on clarity. He needed his senses sharp. He needed to be able to see the Queen coming, whoever she was. As dusk fell, he sat at the door of the hut, watching the kestrel preen its feathers. The vast, ancient silence of the forest was still there. But now, within it, he could hear the faint, steady pulse of connection. A chess move sent across miles. A rose that was thriving. A friend watching the board. He was Henry Black, alone in the woods. But the walls of his fortress, he realized, had doors. And through one of them, a kestrel had flown, carrying hope. Chapter 15. Winter found the clearing. It came not with dramatic blizzards, but with a creeping, pervasive cold that seeped through the stone walls of the hut and into Henry's bones. Frost etched intricate patterns on the inside of the single window each morning. The stream developed a skin of ice he had to break with a stone. His world shrank to the circle of firelight, the narrow cot, and the endless, gray sky visible through the leafless canopy. He was 14. The milestone passed unmarked, save for a conscious acknowledgement as he noted the date in his observation log. Day 87. Midwinter. Birthday. He allowed himself an extra tin of peaches from the dwindling stores. The kestrel became his lifeline, not just to Eleanor, but to his own sanity. The bird's routine was unchanging. Dawn and dusk patrols, the silent watch from the pine, the acceptance of food. Its wild, untamed nature was a mirror to his own situation, and a comfort. They were both creatures in hiding, relying on instinct and patience. The messages continued, sparse and cryptic, delivered via mouse or vole. Pawn structure weak on the king side. Garden needs pruning. The ministry's investigation was focusing on his past. Agnes was making things difficult for them. Bishop sightline clear. Crow in the hedgerow. A new watcher. A spy. Castled. Walls holding. Asterisk. Each scrap was analyzed, cross-referenced with his own observations of the forest's subtle magic and his internal monitoring of the horcrux. He was building a picture of the outside from fragments, like assembling a shattered vase. His study of magical theory deepened out of sheer necessity and boredom. Without a wand, the practical applications in Agnes's old textbooks were useless to him. But the principles, the laws of transfiguration, like seeks like, the nature of magical energy, it remembers, the philosophy of intent, these fascinated him. He began to see his own containment not as a cage, but as an application of advanced magical theory. He was using will to impose a permanent state of, not magic, on his own magical core. It was, he realized, a kind of sustained, internal transfiguration. He was turning his own power into a shield made of itself. The discovery was exhilarating. He wasn't just suppressing. He was alchemizing. The poison was still there, immutable, but the magic around it was being transformed into its own antidote. This led to his most dangerous experiment yet. He waited for a day when the horcrux fragment felt particularly quiescent, a cold, dead stone in the well. He built his mental fortress to its peak, every wall reinforced, every gate sealed. Then, in the deepest chamber of his mind, he didn't just observe the fragment. He attempted to apply the principle of transfiguration to it. Not to destroy it, that was far beyond him. But to change its relationship to its environment. To make it forget it was part of a larger whole. To convince it, through sheer, sustained will, that it was alone. Isolated. A dead seed in sterile soil, with no connection to the tree it came from. He focused all his intent, all the vast, silent, no, of his being, into a single, focused command: you are alone. There is no other. This is all there is. Asterisk. He poured the concept into the void around the fragment, not as an attack, but as a new reality. He imagined walls not of stone, but of endless, empty space. He imagined silence so complete it was a substance. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the fragment shivered. It was a minute ripple in its profound stillness, a flicker of confusion. The cold emanating from it didn't lessen, but it seemed to turn inward, to curl in on itself. Henry held the state for as long as he could, sweat beading on his forehead despite the hut's chill. After an hour, his concentration broke, and he slumped forward, panting, his head pounding. But something had changed. The constant, low-grade psychic pressure of the horcrux, the background hum of wrongness he had lived with for years, was quieter. Not gone, but dampened, as if someone had thrown a thick blanket over a noisy machine. He had done it. He hadn't harmed it. He had disoriented it. He had used the enemy's own isolation, the fractured nature of the soul piece, against it. He had made its prison feel more real. It was a victory so subtle only he could perceive it, but it felt more significant than turning away an owl or confusing a professor. He was learning to fight the war on the deepest, most intimate battlefield of all. The effort left him weak and ravenous for days. He rationed his food carefully, but the supplies were running low. The tins were nearly gone. He foraged for nuts and late berries, but it wasn't enough. The physical reality of survival was becoming urgent. He sent a message via the kestrel, the paper wrapped around a bit of gristle, supplies low. Board thinning. Asterisk. The reply came 3 days later, tied to the leg of a very disgruntled-looking field mouse. Delivery en route. ETA unknown. Hold position. Asterisk. He had no idea what that meant. A person. A package. He increased his perimeter checks, his senses strained for any anomaly. A week later, the anomaly arrived. Not with magic, but with a faint, mechanical sputter from the sky. Henry looked up from chopping firewood to see a small, remote-controlled aeroplane, the kind sold in toy shops, wobbling unsteadily over the clearing. It was painted bright yellow. Tied to its undercarriage was a small, wrapped parcel. His heart leapt into his throat. Eleanor. It had to be. The plane made a clumsy circle, then dove, engine cutting out. It crash-landed in a patch of bracken at the edge of the clearing. Henry sprinted over, his breath white in the air. He untied the parcel. It was heavy, wrapped in waterproof paper. Inside, packets of dried pasta, rice, powdered milk, chocolate, a block of hard cheese, a new notebook. Pencils, a small first aid kit, and a box of matches. And a letter, on proper paper. Henry. Hope this reaches you. The RC plane has a range of about a mile. Had to hike to the nearest height point with a view of the general area you described. Took a guess. Your bird friend has been shadowing me for days, which was creepy but helpful. I think he guided the final approach. Asterisk. Agnes is fine, stubborn. They charged her with magical obstruction, and harboring a restricted person, that's you. She's under house arrest at Walpole Terrace, with ministry monitors. She's driving them mad by being relentlessly, boringly old. She tends her roses and complains about her knees. She says to tell you the thorns are particularly sharp this year. Asterisk. The Queen is a witch named Umbridge. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Pink. Loves kittens. Absolutely vicious. She's taken a personal interest in your case. Calls you a maladjusted squib born with delusions of magical immunity. She wants you made an example of. Caro reports to her. Asterisk. Be careful. They're not giving up. They're just looking for a legal way to blast your hut off the map. Umbridge is pushing for a Dementor escort to bring you in for assessment. Asterisk. I'm monitoring the frequencies. Will send more when I can. Keep your head down. And your walls up. Asterisk. E. Asterisk. Asterisk P. S. I solved the endgame. It's a draw. Enclosed the notation. Asterisk. Henry read the letter twice, 3 times. The information was a floodlight in the dark. Agnes, alive, under house arrest, fighting her own guerrilla war of inconvenience. Umbridge. The name conjured an image of petty, smiling cruelty that made Electo Caro seem straightforward. In Dementors, he'd read about them. Soul-sucking guards of Azkaban. The ultimate weapon against someone like him, whose strength was in his will and his memories. They would render him a helpless, happy vegetable, easy to collect. Fear, cold and sharp, lanced through him. But alongside it came a fierce, protective fury. They wanted to send Dementors after a 14-year-old boy hiding in the woods. For the crime of wanting to be left alone. He looked at the supplies. They bought him time. Maybe a month. He looked at the solved chess notation. A draw, not a win. An acknowledgement that neither side could force a victory. It felt apt. That night, He ate real cheese, savoring the sharp, fatty taste. He felt a profound gratitude for Eleanor, for her cool nerve and her insane, brilliant delivery system. He was not forgotten. The new threat required a new defense. He knew nothing about fighting Dementors. But he knew about despair. He knew about the cold vacuum they created. His entire life had been a practice in defending against despair. He began a new regimen. Every morning, after his breathing exercises, he would sit and deliberately recall a memory. Not a big one. A small, concrete, sensory memory that held a kernel of quiet joy or simple peace. The smell of Agnes's lavender polish. The feel of a cool library book in his hands. The precise click of a chess piece being placed on a square. The sight of the rose blooming in the concrete. The taste of the zoo's ice cream. Eleanor's focused frown over a chessboard. He would hold the memory, examine it from all angles, feel its texture. Then he would do what he had done with the horcrux, he would build a structure around it in his mind. Not a wall to protect it, but a monument. A solid, unshakable fact of his existence. This happened. This was real. This is mine. Asterisk. He was fortifying his happy memories, turning them into citadels within his mental landscape. If Dementors came, they would find not just a wall of, no, but a landscape dotted with fortified keeps of, yes, places they could not easily storm. It was the hardest work he had ever done. Recalling happiness felt like digging in frozen ground. But each day, it became a little easier. The monuments grew a little stronger. Weeks passed. The deepest cold of winter gripped the forest. Henry's world was a monochrome palette of gray, white, and the deep green of the pines. He was a ghost in a frozen landscape. One afternoon, a new message arrived. Not by kestrel or plane. It appeared as a faint, silvery mist that coalesced on the surface of the frozen stream, forming words that held for a moment before fading. Patronus test imminent. Beacon Hill. Midnight. 3 nights hence. Asterisk. It was Agnes's magic, he was sure of it. A desperate, risky communication. Patronus. The anti-Dementor charm. A test. Were they going to send Dementors to Beacon Hill as a trap? To see if he'd reveal himself by producing a Patronus to defend himself? Or was it a warning that they had a Patronus-capable wizard looking for him? Beacon Hill. He'd seen it on a map in one of his books, a high point in the Cotswolds, maybe 10 miles from his clearing. A place a magical signature might be detectable from afar. It was a risk, a terrible risk, but it was a signal. Agnes was telling him to be ready, or to be gone. He spent the next 3 days in a state of heightened vigilance. He packed his suitcase. He practiced his memory monuments until his head ached. He slept fitfully. On the 3rd night, he wrapped himself in every layer he had and left the hut just before midnight. He didn't go to Beacon Hill. That would be playing their game. Instead, he climbed the tallest tree at the edge of his clearing, a gnarled old oak that gave him a view to the east. He waited, his senses merging with the cold, sleeping forest. Midnight came and went. Then, on the distant, dark silhouette of the hill, a light flared. Not the silver blue of a Patronus. A sickly, pulsating green light. The dark mark. His blood turned to ice. It wasn't a ministry test. It was a Death Eater signal. And a moment later, answering it from a different direction, a brilliant, blinding silver light erupted, a powerful, complex Patronus that took the shape of a towering, antlered stag. It charged towards the hill, its light banishing the green glow before both faded into the night. The silence that followed was absolute, deeper than before. Henry clung to the tree, shivering uncontrollably, not from the cold. The war wasn't just the ministry trying to collect him. The older, darker war was here too. Death Eaters. And someone, Dumbledore, was fighting them, nearby. The stag, it had felt familiar. A deep, aching resonance had tugged at the poisoned well inside him, a ghost of a connection that made the horcrux fragment stir with a distant, hungry recognition. He climbed down, his mind reeling. The chessboard was larger and more deadly than he'd imagined. He wasn't just a pawn the ministry wanted to capture. He was a piece both sides wanted to control, or destroy. He returned to the hut, but sleep was impossible. He sat by the embers of the fire, the suitcase at his feet. He was Henry Black, 14, alone in the winter woods. The Queen wanted him in a cage. The Death Eaters wanted him dead or as a weapon. And the man with the silver stag wanted what? To protect him, to use him. He looked at his fortified memories, glowing like distant lanterns in the dark of his mind. He looked at the quiet, disoriented fragment in its well of empty space. He had built a fortress to keep the world out. But the world, in all its brutal, magical complexity, was pressing in on all sides. The walls were holding, but for how long? He fed the last of the wood to the fire, watching the flames dance. He had food. He had information. He had a friend with a remote-controlled plane and a kestrel for a postman. And he had a will that had turned his own magic into a shield and confused a piece of a Dark Lord's soul. It wasn't much, but it was what he had. And as the first faint gray of dawn stained the sky, he knew he would use it all. He would hold this ground. Or he would fall. But he would not be taken. Not by the queen in pink. Not by the servants of the snake. And not by the wizard with the sad, silver stag. Chapter 16 The sight of the dueling lights on the horizon, the vile green and the defiant silver, ruptured the fragile peace of Henry's exile. The forest was no longer just a hiding place, it was contested territory. The war had found his coordinates. The next message from Eleanor, delivered via a very bedraggled kestrel, it had been raining for days, was terse and urgent. Umbridge furious. Mark cited. Incident, denied by ministry. Official line, weather phenomenon. Unofficial, Dumbledore intervened. Your location may be compromised. They're bringing in trackers. Magical and non. Consider moving. Moving. The word was a cold stone in his gut. Where? He had no other bolt holes. The shepherd's hut, for all its isolation, was a known location to Agnes and now, by extension, to Eleanor. If they could be found or compelled to reveal it. He spent a day in a fever of activity, not packing, but fortifying. He used the last of his strength to weave more complex, unnoticeability, into the clearing's existing wards, drawing on the ancient, patient magic of the trees themselves. It wasn't about hiding the hut, it was about making the very idea of a hut in this location seem ridiculous, a trick of the light, a misremembered story. He poured his will into the land, asking it to forget him. It was the most ambitious magic he had ever attempted, and it left him trembling and hollow, his reserves scraped down to the bedrock. But when he was done, the clearing felt subtly wrong. If you looked directly at the hut, your eyes wanted to slide away. If you thought about it, your mind supplied reasons why there couldn't possibly be a building here. It was a glamour on a geographical scale. He couldn't sustain it for long. A week, maybe two, before his focus broke and the illusion shattered. It was a stopgap. The problem of the trackers was more immediate. Magical ones he might fool with his wards and his suppressed signature. But non-magical. Dogs. Men with helicopters and thermal imaging. His paper shield was worthless here in the wilderness. Henry Black had no reason to be in a Cotswold forest. He needed a new story. A reason to be where he was. An idea formed, born of desperation and the cold logic of survival. It was audacious. It was reckless. It might get him killed. Or it might make him invisible in a whole new way. He waited for a clear, cold night. He packed his suitcase with the barest essentials, the remaining food, his notebooks, the first aid kit. He left everything else, the cot, the tins, the evidence of habitation, exactly as it was. The glamour would handle it. Just before dawn, he left the clearing. He didn't look back. The kestrel watched him from its pine, gave a soft *kek*, and did not follow. He walked east, using the sun as his guide, moving with a purpose he hadn't felt in months. He was no longer hiding. He was journeying. By midday, he found what he was looking for. A minor road, little more than a lane. He followed it until he reached a small, sleepy village nestled in a valley. He waited at the edge of the tree line until he saw his opportunity, an elderly man tinkering with an ancient tractor in a barn behind a stone cottage. Henry approached, letting his glamour of harmless mundanity settle around him like a well-worn coat. He must have looked a sight, a too thin boy in worn outdoor clothes, with a serious face and a second-hand suitcase. "Excuse me, sir." The old man looked up, squinting. What's that?" I'm looking for work. Any work. Farm work. I'm strong. I don't eat much." The man, Mr. Peabody as he introduced himself, looked him up and down with a skeptical eye. "Run away, have you?" Henry had prepared for this. He let his eyes drop, layering his voice with a practiced mix of shame and defiance. "From a children's home. In Birmingham. It was bad. I just want a roof and some work. I won't cause trouble. It was a story calculated to appeal to a certain kind of rural practicality, a distrust of institutions, a belief in hard work, and a willingness to turn a blind eye. Mr. Peabody chewed on the idea, his gaze taking in Henry's worn but clean clothes, his quiet demeanor. Got a name. Henry. Henry Green. A new leaf. A common name. Can you mend a fence? I can learn. Mr. Peabody grunted. Barnes got a loft. It's dry. You can sleep there. Meals in the kitchen. Work starts at 6. We'll see if you're worth your keep. No funny business. And if the police come asking, I never saw you. Understood, sir. And just like that, Henry Black became Henry Green, a runaway farmhand. It was the most dangerous disguise yet, utterly exposed, living in close quarters with a stranger. But it was also a kind of camouflage no magical tracker would expect. They would be looking for a hidden wizard in the woods, not a quiet boy mucking out stables and fixing stone walls. The work was brutal, physical, and exactly what he needed. It grounded him in his body, in the simple, aching reality of muscle and sweat. He learned to shear sheep, their magical aura a calm, woolly blankness. He learned to dig post holes, the solid resistance of the earth a comfort. Mr. Peabody was a man of few words and high standards, but he was fair. The food was plain and plentiful. The loft was cold, but it was a roof. Henry kept his walls up, a low, constant hum of containment. At night, exhausted, he would still practice his memory monuments, though the memories were now joined by new ones, the satisfaction of a straight fence line, the warmth of the farmhouse kitchen after a frosty morning, the grizzled, unexpected kindness of Mr. Peabody sliding him an extra slice of cake. He sent no messages. He made no contact. He was a ghost in a new way, a visible, working ghost, leaving no magical trace. He listened to the farm's old radio for news, but heard nothing about missing wizard boys or Dementor deployments. A month passed. Spring began to tease the edges of winter, a softening in the air, a green hint in the hedgerows. Henry's body grew harder, his hands calloused. He felt, if not safe, then sustainably hidden. The intrusion came from an unexpected direction. It was market day in the nearby town. Mr. Peabody sent him with a list and a small cart to fetch supplies. The town was a bustle of ordinary life that felt alien after his solitude. He was loading sacks of feed when he felt it, a magical signature, faint but distinct, moving through the crowd. Not searching, just present. He kept his head down, his glamour tight. He finished his errands and was wheeling the cart back towards the farm lane when a voice stopped him. That's a heavy load for one so young. He turned. The witch was middle-aged, dressed in sensible tweeds, with a kind, lined face and sharp eyes. She held a basket of herbs. Her magic was a clean, green smell, like crushed mint and turned earth. A hedge witch. A real one, not like Agnes. Someone who worked with growing things. I manage, ma'am, Henry said, tipping an imaginary cap, playing the polite farm boy. Her eyes lingered on him, not with suspicion, but with a gentle curiosity. There's a blight on the rosemary, down south. Nasty thing. Turns the leaves black. Hard to shift. She said it conversationally, but her gaze was fixed on him. Rosemary. The plant that had given him away to the ministry wizard. Was this a test? A coincidence? Shame, that, Henry said, his voice neutral. My aunt swears by rosemary. For remembrance. The witch's smile deepened, but it didn't reach her eyes, which were now assessing him with a professional intensity. Does she now? And does she have a remedy for the blight? So many old families do. He was on dangerous ground. This was a conversation happening on two levels. She says sometimes, he said carefully, the best remedy is to plant something stronger next to it. Something that likes the same sun but isn't afraid of the dark. It was a gamble. A statement about magical theory disguised as gardening advice. The hedge witch's expression shifted to one of surprise, then dawning understanding. She looked at him, really looked, and he felt her magic brush against his wards, not attacking, but listening. She would feel the containment, the vast, still power held in check, the strange, cold dead spot of the horcrux. Her eyes widened slightly. A strong companion, she murmured. Yes, that can work, but it's a delicate balance. The strong plant can sometimes overshadow the original. Her meaning was clear: your control is impressive, but what you're containing is dangerous. Don't let the container become a cage for everything else. Asterisk. She reached into her basket and pulled out a small, paper-wrapped bundle. Lavender. For calm. And time. For courage. From my garden. Give them to your aunt. Tell her the hedgerows are watching. And they remember old friends. She pressed the bundle into his hand, her fingers cool and dry. Then she nodded, a brisk, final gesture, and melted back into the market crowd. Henry stood by his cart, the herbs in his hand, his heart thumping. That had been a warning. And an offer. The hedgerows are watching. A network. Natural magic users, like her, aware of him, aware of the hunt. They weren't with the ministry. They were their own power. And they were telling him he was not alone, and that he was in more danger than he knew. He delivered the supplies to Mr. Peabody, his mind racing. The hedge witch hadn't threatened him. She'd seen through his disguise effortlessly and given him gifts. She represented a third faction in the war, not ministry, not Death Eaters, not Dumbledore. The old magic. The magic of the land itself. That night in the loft, he unwrapped the lavender and thyme. Their scent filled the cold space, clean and clarifying. He placed them carefully in his suitcase, beside his notebooks. Talismans. He lay awake, listening to the owls and the distant bleat of sheep. He had traded the silent, watchful solitude of the forest for the exposed, bustling anonymity of the farm. Both had their dangers. The trackers hadn't found him here. But other eyes had. Kinder eyes, perhaps, but eyes that saw too much. He was a piece on a chessboard that was larger and more complex than he had ever imagined. He had the Queen's men hunting him. He had the snake's servants lurking in the shadows. He had the stag's protector somewhere in the wings. And now, he had the silent, green watchfulness of the hedgerows. He was 14. He was a farmhand named Henry Green. He was a container for a fragment of ultimate evil. And he realized with a strange, cold clarity, becoming a power in his own right. Not a weapon, not a savior, a fact, a stone in the stream, altering the current simply by being there, immovable and patient, while the world's chaos flowed around him. He closed his eyes, the sense of lavender and thyme a gentle armor against the dark. The game was still on. But he was no longer just a pawn to be captured. He was learning the rules. And he was still on the board. Chapter 17 *. Spring unfurled in the valley with a relentless, green intensity. The hedgerows exploded with cow parsley and hawthorn blossom. The air grew thick with the smell of damp earth and new growth. Henry Green, worked from dawn to dusk, his body adapting to the rhythms of the farm. The physical labor was a kind of meditation. Digging, planting, repairing, each action was finite, its result visible. It was the opposite of the endless, internal war he waged. Mr. Peabody remained a man of few words, but his grunts of approval became slightly more frequent. He began teaching Henry more skilled tasks, basic woodworking, how to judge the weather by the clouds, the slow, patient art of dry stone walling. Henry absorbed it all, finding a profound peace in these ancient, non-magical crafts. They were a magic of their own, a magic of patience and knowing where to place your weight. The encounter with the hedge witch lingered in his mind like the scent of her herbs. The hedgerows are watching. He began to pay more attention to the natural magic around the farm. It was different from the wild, ancient power of the forest. This was a magic of partnership, of crops encouraged, of boundaries respected, of pests gently discouraged. He felt it in the hum of the beehives, in the contentment of the well-fed sheep, even in the stubborn vitality of Mr. Peabody's prize-winning marrow. It was a quiet, domestic magic, and it sang a different song than the turbulent storm inside him or the cold void of the horcrux. He practiced his containment in this new environment. Instead of just walling off his power, he tried to harmonize with the farm's gentle aura. He let his magic, what little he allowed to seep through his control, resonate with the growth around him. It wasn't encouragement, like with the rose. It was more subtle, a sense of alignment. When he did this, the work felt easier, the animals calmer, and the deep fatigue that was his constant companion eased slightly. He was learning a new kind of control, not suppression, but integration. He received no more messages. The kestrel did not find him here. He was cut off from Agnes and Eleanor, a thought that gnawed at him in the quiet moments. But the hedge witch's words were a kind of message. He was not forgotten by the world. The network was larger, and quieter, than he knew. The danger, when it returned, did so with the bland face of officialdom. It was a Wednesday. Henry was repairing a gate in the lower field when a car, a dark blue sedan, pulled up the farm lane. Two men got out. They wore suits that tried too hard to look casual. Their posture screamed authority. One carried a briefcase. Henry's internal alarms rang at a silent, deafening pitch. These weren't magical. They were something else. He kept hammering, his head down, his glamour of mundane dullness wrapping around him like a shroud. Mr. Peabody came out of the farmhouse, wiping his hands on a rag. Henry could hear the low murmur of conversation. The words, missing persons, runaway, and Birmingham Children's Home, drifted on the breeze. The men were looking at him. He finished nailing the hinge, gathered his tools, and began walking back towards the barn, not hurrying, not looking at them. He could feel their eyes on his back. "You, lad," one of them called. Henry stopped, turned slowly. "Sir." The man approached. He had a kind face that didn't reach his eyes. "We're making some inquiries. About a boy who might have come this way. Name of Henry Black. Ring any bells?" Henry let a frown of concentration crease his brow. "Black? No, sir. I'm Henry Green. I work for Mr. Peabody." "Green, is it?" The man's smile was thin. "You don't sound like you're from around here." "Birmingham, maybe. Here and there," Henry said, shrugging, the picture of a boy with a past he didn't want to discuss. "Just looking for work." The other man had joined them. He was looking at Henry with an intensity that was more than just police work. There was a flicker in his eyes, a glassy sheen. A confundus charm. Or just a very focused man. "We'd like you to come with us, Henry," the first man said, his voice still pleasant. "Just to clear a few things up. Help us with our inquiries." It wasn't a request. The air tightened. Mr. Peabody was standing by his door, his face a mask of grim suspicion, but he said nothing. He was an old man facing two officials. He wouldn't intervene. Henry's mind raced. He couldn't go with them. Once in a car, in an interview room, his paper-thin story would collapse. They'd fingerprint him, photograph him. The magical world would have a concrete location, a face to tie to the suppressed signature they were hunting. He had seconds. He let his hammer and nails clatter to the ground. He took a step back, allowing fear, real fear, to show on his face. "I haven't done anything wrong. Please. I just want to work." "No one said you did," the second man said, his voice cooler. "We just need to talk." He reached into his jacket. Henry didn't wait to see if it was a warrant or a wand. He turned and ran, not towards the road, towards the high pasture, where the land rose steeply towards a rocky outcrop and a dense copse of trees. "Hey!" Shouts behind him. The sound of pursuit. He ran with the desperate, agile speed of a wild thing, his farm boots skidding on the muddy turf. He didn't think. He acted. He poured his will not into magic, but into his legs, into his knowledge of the land. He veered behind a stone wall, scrambled over a stile, plunged into a stream to break his scent. The men were not farm boys. They were slower, their shoes unsuitable. But they were determined. He heard one of them on a radio, calling for backup. He reached the copse, a tangle of young ash and hazel. He dove into the undergrowth, crawling on his belly into the deepest thicket. He lay there, panting, his heart a frantic drum against the earth. He could hear them crashing about at the edge of the trees, calling to each other. He closed his eyes. He wasn't Henry Green. He wasn't Henry Black. He was the mountain. He was the stone. He was part of the land. He pushed his awareness out, not magically, but instinctively, merging his panic with the quiet fear of the wood mice, the watchfulness of the birds. He became another animal in the brush. The men thrashed nearby, their voices frustrated. "Lost him. Kid's like a bloody rabbit. The boss won't like this." She said, "Bring him in quietly. Spread out. He can't have gone far." Henry held his breath. A boot crunched on a twig inches from his head. He could smell the man's cheap aftershave. Then, a new sound. A low, threatening bleat. Then another. Mr. Peabody's rams, cantankerous at the best of times, had been grazing nearby. Disturbed by the commotion, they now decided the men were a threat. Henry heard a curse, a stumble, a loud bawl of ovine outrage. "Get away, you stupid beast." The distraction was enough. The men's attention shifted. They began to retreat, grumbling, back towards the farm. Henry didn't move. He lay still until the sounds of pursuit faded completely, replaced by the normal sounds of the woods and the distant, annoyed bleating of sheep. Only then did he crawl out, filthy and shaking. He couldn't go back to the farm. It was compromised. Mr. Peabody, for all his gruff kindness, wouldn't risk more trouble. Henry was on the run again. He retrieved his suitcase from its hiding place in the barn loft he'd never fully unpacked under cover of darkness. He left a note for Mr. Peabody, a simple, "thank you," and a week's wages in coins under a stone on the kitchen step. Then he slipped away into the night. He walked until his legs gave out, then slept rough in a ditch, wrapped in his coat. He was a runaway again. But he was smarter now. Harder. He had money. He had skills. And he had a new understanding. The non-magical world could be just as perilous as the magical one when the magical world decided to use its tools. He needed a new plan. He couldn't keep jumping from hidey hole to hidey hole. He needed to become someone so ordinary, so embedded, that he was invisible in plain sight. A farmhand had worked until it hadn't. He needed something more permanent, more documented. An idea, cold and clear, formed as he walked along a deserted lane in the gray pre-dawn light. Libraries. He'd always found peace in them. They were quiet, anonymous, and full of information. And they had archives. Records. What if Henry Black didn't just have a past? What if he had a future? A planned one. He found a public library in a larger market town the next day. Using the computers he'd learned the basics at school, he began to research. Not magic. Bureaucracy. Careers. He looked up apprenticeships. Qualifications. He needed a trade, a path that would give him papers, a national insurance number, a reason to exist in the system. He settled on something that felt right, a blend of his farm experience and his need for quiet, structured work, horticulture. Specifically, nursery work, growing plants. It was peaceful. It was everywhere. It would allow him to be outside, to use his affinity for living things in a way that wouldn't raise suspicion. And horticultural colleges took on students, gave them IDs, housed them. It was a long game. He'd need to forge some GCSE results, create a more solid backstory. But he had time. He was 14. He had years before anyone would question a teenager taking a vocational course. He used the last of his paper round money to buy a cheap pay-as-you-go mobile phone and a book on basic forgery from a shady secondhand shop. He found a quiet corner in the library's local history section and got to work. He wasn't creating a person out of nothing this time. He was creating a trajectory. Henry Green, orphan, cared for by a deceased grandfather, more forgery, with a passion for plants, seeking an apprenticeship. It took a week of painstaking, careful work. He lived on cheap bread and apples, slept in bus shelters or cheap hostels when he could afford it. The horcrux fragment was quiet, perhaps sated by the constant adrenaline and focus. His own magic was a banked furnace, giving him the stamina to keep going. When he had a convincing set of documents, a birth certificate copy, a masterpiece of careful alteration from a real one he found in a genealogy record, a letter from a fictional former teacher, a CV, he applied to 3 horticultural colleges by post, using the library's address as his own. Then he waited. He took casual laboring jobs where he could find them, day by day, always moving on. He was a ghost in the workforce, silent, efficient, and gone by sunset. A month later, a letter arrived at the library, general delivery. He'd been accepted for a trial placement at a plant nursery in Hampshire, with attached lodging. It was a start. On the train south, watching the countryside blur past, Henry felt a strange emptiness. He was carving a life out of lies and willpower. It was a life with no magic, no Agnes, no Eleanor, no Kestrel. It was a life of soil and seedlings, of clocking in and clocking out. It was the ultimate rejection of everything. He was born to. He looked at his reflection in the train window. A lean, tired face with old eyes looked back. Not Harry Potter. Not Henry Black, the hidden boy. Not Henry Green, the farmhand. Someone new. A gardener. A person who made things grow, while inside him, something dark and poisoned slept, and something powerful and wild was locked in a vault of his own making. He was building a life the only way he knew how, stone by stone, wall by wall, deep within the fortress of his own unwavering, no. The war outside continued, but in here, in the quiet of his chosen exile, he would tend his garden and wait. For what, he didn't know. But he would be ready. Chapter 18 *. The nursery was called Greenhaven. It was a sprawling, humid world of glasshouses and orderly rows of polytunnels, smelling perpetually of damp peat, leaf mold, and the faint, chemical tang of fertilizer. The air thrummed with the quiet industry of growing things. To Henry, it felt like sanctuary. His new identity was Henry Moss. A simple, earthy name for a simple, earthy job. The paperwork, his forged GCSEs in biology and geography, a glowing, fabricated reference from a community gardening project, was accepted without question. He was given a small, sparse room in a shared staff house on the edge of the nursery grounds and a set of green overalls. His supervisor, a weathered, taciturn man named Bill, showed him the ropes, potting on seedlings, identifying pests, mixing feeds, the precise art of watering. The work was repetitive, physical, and deeply satisfying. There was a logic to it, a cause and effect. Under water, the plants wilted. Over water, they rotted. Get it right, and they thrived. It was a world of clear, tangible consequences, a bomb to the nebulous, terrifying stakes of his other life. He kept to himself. The other workers were mostly older, men and women with their own lives, who saw in him a quiet, hard-working kid who didn't cause trouble. He ate his meals alone, read library books on botany in his room, and went to bed early. He was a ghost in green overalls, and that suited everyone just fine. His magical containment became second nature, a background process like his own heartbeat. The storm was a distant rumble, the horcrux a cold, familiar stone in his gut. He practiced his memory monuments in the quiet darkness before sleep, fortifying the smell of tomato leaves, the satisfying heft of a bag of compost, the simple pleasure of a job well done at the end of a shift. He allowed himself one tiny, careful indulgence. In his work, handling thousands of plants, he practiced the gentlest form of his magic, not encouragement, but attunement. He would hold a fragile seedling and, with the barest whisper of will, align his own energy with its simple, desperate desire to live. He didn't make it grow faster. He just cleared the path. Removed the static of his own fear and turmoil, so the plant could do what it did best. The results were subtle. His seedlings had a marginally higher survival rate. The plants he tended seemed a shade greener, a touch more robust. Bill noticed, attributing it to a careful hand. Henry accepted the praise with a silent nod. Months passed. Seasons turned within the glasshouses. Henry grew taller, his frame filling out with manual labor. He was 15. A line had been crossed. He was now past the age of mandatory Hogwarts attendance, even by wizarding law. A small, hard-won victory. They could no longer force him into their school. Their legal justification would have to be something else now: danger to self or others, magical menace. He kept a cautious ear to the ground, both magical and mundane. He bought a small radio for his room and listened to the news. He read the papers in the staff canteen. There were no reports of missing boys, no whispers of strange occurrences in Hampshire. The magical world seemed to have lost his scent, perhaps confused by his complete immersion in the non-magical, or preoccupied with its own growing darkness. The name, Voldemort, was never spoken on the BBC, but he saw echoes, a rise in strange, brutal animal attacks, political instability in Europe, a generalized, free-floating anxiety in the editorials. One damp afternoon in late autumn, he was alone in a polytunnel, pricking out tiny lettuce seedlings. The rain pattered a steady rhythm on the plastic roof. The world was a cocoon of gray-green light and the smell of wet soil. A voice spoke from the entrance of the tunnel. "It's a peaceful life you've made for yourself." Henry's blood froze. His hand, holding a seedling, went perfectly still. He didn't look up. He knew that voice. Cool, clipped, intelligent. It wasn't a voice from his nightmares. It was a voice from his earliest, most confusing dreams. He finished placing the seedling into its new cell, patted the soil gently, and only then did he turn. Albus Dumbledore stood at the end of the row, his purple robe seeming utterly incongruous against the backdrop of plastic and aluminium. He looked older than Henry remembered from the street that night years ago. The twinkle in his blue eyes was still there, but it was buried under layers of profound weariness. He held no wand. He made no threatening move. Henry said nothing. He simply stood, his hands hanging loosely at his sides, the damp soil under his nails. He was the mountain. He was the gardener. He was Henry Moss. Dumbledore took a few steps into the tunnel, his gaze taking in the orderly rows, Henry's calm posture, the absolute lack of magical panic. The wards around this place are interesting. Very old. Very subtle. Not yours, I think. The land's own protections, perhaps, responding to a gentle tenant. I had quite a time finding you. Not through magic. Through deduction. A boy who vanishes, then reappears with a talent for growing things. The paper trail was admirable. Mr. Baradin does excellent work, even posthumously. Henry's heart clenched. Posthumously. So the sour little solicitor was gone. Another casualty. Are you here to take me in? Henry asked, his voice flat. I'm past school age. Your laws don't apply. I am not here as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. He sounded tired. I am here as a man who has made grave mistakes, and who is watching a war escalate while one of its most important pieces has removed himself from the board. I'm not a piece. Aren't you? Dumbledore's eyes were piercing. You contain a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. That makes you a pivot point, whether you wish to be or not. The darkness seeks you out, Henry. It may not know your name or your face, but it senses its own, and it hungers to be whole. And those who fight the darkness, they look for tools. I am not a tool. You have made that abundantly clear. A ghost of a smile touched Dumbledore's lips. Your rejection has been masterful. To defy not only Voldemort's legacy, but the very world that was your birthright, with such quiet, steadfast resolve, it is unprecedented. And it has created a problem. Or, depending on your perspective, an opportunity. Henry waited. The rain drummed on. The horcrux within you cannot be removed by any means I know, Dumbledore said, his voice dropping. Not without killing you. And your method of containment is a work of solitary genius. You have pacified it, confused it, isolated it. You are, in effect, winning a battle no one else knew could be fought. But the war is larger. Voldemort grows stronger. His other horcruxes are hidden. He seeks dominion. And he will, eventually, sense what you have done to his soul peace. He will come for you. Not to recruit. To destroy. To reclaim what is his. The words should have been terrifying. But they just felt like a confirmation of a fact Henry had lived with for years. Let him come, Henry said, and meant it. I am here. I am not hiding from him. I am living despite him. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. That, he said finally, may be the most powerful defense of all. But it may not be enough. He has armies. You have a trowel. I have my will. Indeed. Dumbledore sighed. I will not force you, Harry. I came only to see. To understand what you have become. And to offer you a choice. I've made my choice. This is a different one. Dumbledore reached into his robes and pulled out a small, simple, wooden box. He set it on a nearby workbench. I offer you knowledge. Not of spells. Not of wands. But of what you are up against. The location of the other horcruxes. Their nature. The history of the monster whose poison you carry. Not so you can fight my war. So you can defend your peace. Forewarned as forearmed. Henry looked at the box. It was a temptation. Knowledge was power. It was also a hook, a tie to the world he had rejected. Why? Henry asked. Why give this to me if you don't want me to fight? Because, Dumbledore said, his weariness now absolute, I am an old man who has asked too much of children. I asked your parents to die for a prophecy. I asked you to bear a burden you never chose. I see now that the greatest strength may not be in the chosen one who fights, but in the boy who says, no, so completely that he becomes unassailable on his own terms. If you are to be the guardian of this piece of soul, you should know what else is out there. What else he has made. What you are ultimately containing. It was a respectful argument. An acknowledgement of Henry's autonomy. It was more dangerous than any threat. Henry walked to the bench. He opened the box. Inside were not objects, but small, crystal vials filled with silvery, swirling memory. And a single, folded parchment map. This is all I will give you, Dumbledore said. No orders. No pleas. Just the facts. The rest is up to you. He turned and began to walk back down the polytunnel. Professor, Henry called out. Dumbledore paused. The girl, Eleanor, and Agnes Black, are they safe? A flicker of pain crossed the old wizard's face. Miss Clearwater is a remarkably resourceful young woman. She is, under observation, but unharmed. Agnes Black is a fortress in her own right. She frustrates the ministry at every turn. They dare not harm her, she is too well connected in too many quiet ways. They contain her, as you contain your passenger. She is safe, for now. Henry nodded. It was enough. Dumbledore left. One moment he was there at the end of the row, the next, he was simply gone, the plastic sheeting of the tunnel entrance flapping softly in the damp breeze. Henry stood alone in the green, rainy light. He looked down at the box of memories, at the map. The key to the war he wanted no part of, offered as a gift. He closed the lid. He didn't take the box to his room. He left it there on the workbench, beside his tray of seedlings. A choice, sitting in the open. He went back to pricking out lettuce. The work was slow, methodical. Each seedling was a life in his hands, needing care, needing the right conditions. He worked until the light faded. When he was done, he cleaned his tools, washed his hands at the outdoor tap. The box still sat on the bench. He picked it up. He didn't open it. He carried it to his small room and placed it on the shelf above his bed, next to the now dried bundle of lavender and thyme from the hedge witch. He didn't look at it again that night. He lay in bed, listening to the rain, feeling the cold, dormant weight of the horcrux, feeling the steady, living power of his own will surrounding it. He had been offered a role in the epic story. He had been given the map to the dragon's lair. And he had placed it on a shelf. He was a gardener. His war was here, in the quiet containment of a darkness, in the careful nurturing of small, green, living things. The epic could wait. He had weeding to do in the morning. Chapter 19 *. The box sat on the shelf. It was a presence in the small room, a quiet, weighty question mark. Henry did not open it. He went about his work at Greenhaven with the same focused calm, his hands in the soil, his mind a vault of practiced stillness. But the knowledge that it was there, that Dumbledore's offered secrets lay within arm's reach, changed the atmosphere. The room no longer felt like a retreat, it felt like a command post where intelligence had been delivered, awaiting review. He was 16. The years of manual labor had carved the last of childhood's softness from him. He was lean and wiry, with a quiet, watchful gravity that made the older workers treat him with a kind of respectful distance. He was good at his job. He had a promotion of sorts, put in charge of the propagation house, a steamy glass palace where new life was coaxed from cuttings and seeds. It was a place of immense, quiet power, and he felt at home there. The memories in the vials called to him, not with a siren's song, but with the cold, logical pull of a missing puzzle piece. He knew the shape of the poison inside him. To know the other vessels, the other hiding places, it was tactical information. It could help him understand the enemy's mind, predict his moves. It was, as Dumbledore had said, a way to arm his peace. For 3 weeks, he resisted. He reinforced his mountains, his sky. He tended his plants. Then, on a night when the wind howled around the staff house, rattling the windows, he gave in. He didn't light a candle. He sat on the edge of his bed in the dark, the box open on his lap. He selected a vial at random, unstoppered it, and poured the silvery memory into the palm of his hand. He didn't need a pensieve. His mind, so disciplined, so attuned to internal landscapes, was a sufficient vessel. He brought his palm to his face and breathed in. The world dissolved. He was in a vast, gloomy chamber. A lake of black water. An island with a stone dais. And on the dais, a locket. A heavy, gold locket, etched with a serpentine S. He felt its magic, a cold, proud, possessive magic, thrumming with a malice that was a sibling to the void inside him. He saw a younger Dumbledore, grim-faced, drinking a potion of agony to retrieve it, only to find it was a fake. The despair was a tangible thing. Then the memory shifted, a damp, miserable house, a wretched house elf named Creature, and the real locket, stolen by a boy named Regulus Black. An act of doomed, silent rebellion. The memory ended. Henry was back in his room, shivering, the taste of lake water and despair in his mouth. He understood. Horcruxes. Objects of meaning, imbued with a piece of a shattered soul. The locket. He knew it now. He could feel its magical signature, a cold, distant cousin to his own burden. He waited a day to recover, to rebuild his walls, shaken by the intensity of the memory travel. Then he tried another. A glittering cave by the sea. Inferi in the water. Another potion of torment. A ring. A simple, black stone ring. The magic from it was older, deeper, and laced with a different kind of temptation, not hatred, but a desperate, twisted longing. The memory showed Dumbledore's blackened, cursed hand. The ring had been destroyed, but at a cost. Another vial. A diadem, resting on a bust in a room of hidden things. A tiara of tarnished silver, whispering of lost wisdom and arrogant pride. Ravenclaw's diadem. Its magic was icy intellect, a corruption of curiosity. He learned of a cup, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, hidden in a vault of greed. Of a diary, already destroyed, that had nearly killed a girl. And of Nagini, a snake, a living horcrux. He poured memory after memory into his mind, building a map of the Dark Lord's shattered soul. He saw the patterns, the obsession with founders, relics, with trophies, with hiding pieces of himself in symbols of power he felt entitled to. He saw the weakness in the arrogance, the vulnerability in the dispersal. He also saw Dumbledore's grim, relentless hunt. The pain, the sacrifices, the aging weight of the knowledge. He saw a man who knew he was dying, racing against time. When the last vial was empty, Henry sat in the dawn light, pale and hollowed out. He felt stained, as if he'd been wading through psychic sewage. But he also felt clarity. The enemy had a shape now. A methodology. He knew the other anchors. The locket, whereabouts unknown, the cup, in a Gringotts vault, the diadem, in a school called Hogwarts, the snake, always at the Dark Lord's side. And himself. He was one of 7. A living one. The most vulnerable, and perhaps, the most dangerous to Voldemort, because he was not an object to be hidden, but a person who could think, who could fight back, who could contain. The knowledge was a burden, but it was also a weapon. He knew what Voldemort valued. He knew his vanity. He could predict, to an extent, what he might do. He carefully folded the parchment map. It showed nothing of use, just a symbolic representation of the soul's fragmentation, and placed it back in the box with the empty vials. He closed the lid. He felt no urge to find the other horcruxes. That was Dumbledore's war. But he understood now that his own private war was part of the larger conflict. By containing his fragment, by confusing it, by walling it off, he was denying Voldemort a piece of his immortality. He was a holdout in occupied territory. The realization should have been frightening. Instead, it solidified his resolve. He was not just hiding. He was performing an act of quiet, profound sabotage. Life at Greenhaven continued. He propagated ferns and nurtured orchids. But now, while his hands worked, part of his mind worked on the new problem. If he was a strategic asset in this war simply by existing, how could he best secure that asset? How could he make himself an impossible target? He began to experiment with his containment in a new way. Drawing on the memories of the horcruxes, hiding places, the cave, the vault, the room of requirement, he started to design a psychic equivalent. Not just walls, but layers. A false front of mundane thought, the nursery work, the weather. Behind that, a layer of confusing, mundane memories, shopping lists, bus routes. Then a maze of neutral, abstract concepts, mathematical formulae, chess problems. And deep within, buried under all of it, the vault where the horcrux fragment slept in its induced solitude, and the core of his own will, the mountain, the sky. He was building a psychic version of Gringotts, with himself as both the bank and the treasure. To get to the fragment, an invader, whether Voldemort's mind or a Legilimens, would have to navigate miles of boring, confusing, or meaningless mental corridors, only to find the inner vault sealed with a lock made of pure, silent, no. It was the work of months. It required constant, exhausting vigilance. But with each layer completed, he felt safer. More separate. He received a message. Not by owl orchestral. It appeared as a classified ad in the gardening magazine he subscribed to. Wanted. Experienced gardener for specialized rose collection. Knowledge of historical varieties essential. Defense against blight a must. Apply to the Thorns, C.O.P.O. box. Asterisk. It was from Agnes. He recognized the code. The Thorns. Her defiance. Defense against blight. The horcrux. She was telling him she knew about Dumbledore's visit, about the knowledge he now carried. And she was signaling that she was still in the fight, still his ally. He didn't apply. He couldn't risk the paper trail. But he cut out the ad and placed it in the box with the empty vials. A token. A connection. Winter came again. The propagation house was a haven of tropical warmth. Henry was grafting fruit trees, a delicate, surgical operation requiring absolute focus. As he made the final, precise cut, binding the scion to the rootstock, he felt a sudden, violent lurch in his gut. Not nausea. A tearing. The horcrux fragment, dormant for so long, screamed. It was a silent, psychic shriek of pure, unadulterated agony and rage that echoed through the vaults of his mind. The cold void convulsed. For a terrifying second, the connection he had worked so hard to sever flared to life, a hot, painful line of awareness that shot from his scar, out into the world, towards a source of immense, matching pain and fury. He dropped his grafting knife, clutching his forehead. The scar was on fire, a line of white-hot pain. Visions flashed, a snake's eye view of a dying old man in a shack, a flash of green light, a howl of loss that was not his own. And then, a vast, echoing silence where a piece of something had been. A vacancy. The connection snapped. The pain in his scar subsided to a fierce, throbbing ache. The fragment in his well coiled tighter, radiating a new, profound sense of aloneness and fear. Henry leaned against the workbench, gasping. He knew, with absolute certainty, what had just happened. One of the other horcruxes had been destroyed. The ring, the locket, the connection between the fragments had momentarily reignited at the moment of destruction, a death cry felt across the network. Voldemort would have felt it too. He would know a piece of his soul was gone. And he would be enraged. And he would be looking for the others, protecting them, perhaps moving them. And he would feel the strange, muted, confused signal of the fragment in Harry Potter. The fragment that was supposed to be in a baby who died, but which now emanated a puzzling, suppressed, living signal from somewhere in England. Henry's hard-won peace was over. The destruction of the horcrux had not just weakened Voldemort. It had tripped an alarm. The snake now knew one of its nests had been raided. It would turn its gaze to the others. Including him. He finished the grafting with mechanical precision, his mind cold and clear. The layers of his mental fortress felt suddenly thin. The game had entered a new, more dangerous phase. That night, he took the box down from the shelf. He didn't open it. He carried it out into the small, frozen garden behind the staff house. He dug a hole, deep, below the frost line. He placed the box inside, filled the hole, and tamped the earth down hard. He planted a dormant lavender bush over the spot. The knowledge was in his head. The physical tokens were buried. He was now the sole repository of his own secrets. He went back inside, his breath pluming in the dark. He was 16. He was a gardener with a cursed forehead. He had just felt a piece of a Dark Lord's soul die. And he knew, beyond any doubt, that the war he had tried so hard to avoid was now coming for him, not to recruit, but to exterminate. He looked at his reflection in the dark window. The face that looked back was calm, resolved, and utterly without illusion. He had built a life of quiet defiance. Now, he would have to defend it. Not with the flash of wands, but with the relentless, immovable force of a will that had said no, for a decade, and had learned to mean it with every fiber of its being. The storm was coming, but he was the mountain. And mountains do not run. Chapter 20 * 17. The Age of Magical Majority. A line in the sand he had quietly, stubbornly crossed while potting chrysanthemums in a greenhouse in Hampshire. The ministry's legal claim on him evaporated. He was, in their eyes, an adult. A rogue magical entity. An unsolved problem. The destruction of the horcrux, he later learned from a coded message in the Financial Times personal ads, Agnes was nothing if not versatile, that it was the ring, had changed everything. The air itself tasted different. Sharper. Thinner, as if a constant, low-pressure system had suddenly intensified. The magical world was no longer rumbling in the distance, it was holding its breath before the scream. Henry felt it. The fragment inside him was no longer just dormant. It was listening. A hunted, paranoid awareness had replaced its cold solitude. It didn't try to communicate. It just waited for its master to call. For the axe to fall. His mental fortress, his psychic Gringotts, was now on permanent high alert. The layers of mundane thought and abstract maze were no longer just camouflage, they were a garrison. He slept in shifts, part of his mind always on watch, monitoring the inner vault, the scar, the subtle vibrations of the world's magic. He left Greenhaven, not with drama, but with notice. He told Bill he was moving on, seeking other experience. Bill grunted, gave him a surprisingly hefty bonus, and shook his calloused hand. "You've a good touch, lad. Don't waste it." Henry didn't know what wasting it meant anymore. He packed his single suitcase, the clothes, the notebooks, the dried lavender, and vanished from the nursery records as cleanly as he had entered them. He didn't run to another hideout. He went to ground in the most obvious place imaginable, London. He rented a tiny, shabby bedsit in a nondescript part of the city, paying cash from his saved wages. The room smelled of stale cigarettes and damp, but it had a roof, a lock, and anonymity. He became a ghost in the city's bloodstream. He took temporary work, warehouse loading, night shelf stacking, jobs that required no papers, asked no questions, and left him alone. He was a gray man in a gray city, holding a line no one else could see. His connection to Agnes and Eleanor was now reduced to the barest, most fragile thread, the personal ads. A pre-agreed newspaper, a specific day, a code of gardening terms and chess moves. Black spot on the Austin roses. Recommend sulfur. Ministry surveillance increasing. Queen's gambit declined. Bishop to c5. Umbridge is making a political move, but it's being countered. It was Lifeline and intelligence report in one. He learned of the fall of the ministry to Voldemort's puppet regime. The Muggle-born Registration Commission. The terror. The adverts grew more grim. Severe frost warning. Protect all tender shoots. Death Eaters are purging. Go deeper. He was safe, in a way. He had no magical signature for them to trace, no family to threaten, no friends in the wizarding world to use as leverage. He was a null point. But the pressure was immense. The sheer, horrific noise of the war, even muffled by his defenses, was a constant assault. The city's magical aura was stained with fear and cruelty. He felt the Dementors patrolling, their presence a spreading chill that made his scar ache and the fragment stir with hungry recognition. He couldn't fight. Not their way. But his existence was a fight. Every day he remained free, contained, and sane was a defeat for Voldemort. He was a living reminder that control could be defied, that a soul could not be entirely possessed. He began a new, final project. If he was the fortress, and the fragment was the cursed treasure within, he needed a final defense. A fail-safe. Not to destroy the fragment, he still didn't know how without destroying himself, but to render it utterly, permanently inert. To complete the isolation he had begun. He drew on everything: Agnes's lessons on will, Dumbledore's memories of the horcruxes, nature, his own years of brutal self-discipline. He conceived of a psychic oubliette. A prison of perfect, absolute nothingness. Not just empty space, but a negation of space, time, and connection. A place where the concept of Voldemort had no meaning, where soul had no anchor. Building it in his mind was like carving a hole in the universe. It required him to envision a state of non-being, and then, impossibly, to wall it off. It was the ultimate act of no. It took weeks of excruciating, soul-draining focus. He lost weight. He started at shadows. The few people who saw him at his temp jobs thought he was ill or on drugs. But he built it. A tiny, perfect sphere of annihilating silence at the deepest level of his mind. And around the horcrux fragment, he began to construct the channels that would, at a moment of ultimate necessity, shunt it into that void. It was a suicide pill for his soul. If capture was imminent, if the walls were falling, he would attempt the transfer. It might kill him. It might drive him mad. But it would deny Voldemort his prize. The war crescendoed around him. The adverts stopped. The last one had been a week ago, Harvest Moon. All fruit must be gathered. Final pruning. It was the signal to cease all contact. The network was going dark. Agnes, Eleanor, he had to assume they were running, hiding, or caught. He was truly alone. The night it ended began like any other. He was walking back to his bedsit from a late shift, the streets nearly empty. The air was cold and carried the metallic tang of coming rain. His scar had been prickling for hours, a steady, insistent pain. Then, a wave of magic hit him like a physical blow. A vast, discordant shockwave of agony, triumph, terror, and sacrifice that rolled out from a point far to the north. It was so powerful it bypassed his walls and resonated directly with the fragment. The thing inside him shrieked again, but this time it was a scream of mortal terror, of felt destruction. The connection to Voldemort blazed open, a white-hot wire of shared sensation. He felt a killing curse rebound. He felt a snake's death throes. He felt a final, splintering snap as soul after soul was severed, unmade. The locket, the cup, the diadem, Nagini. He stumbled, falling against a brick wall, clutching his head. The pain was apocalyptic. It felt like his own soul was being flayed. Visions assaulted him, a great hall, people dueling and dying, giants breaking walls, a snake's head spinning through the air, and a young man with his own face, but not his eyes, facing a skeletal, serpentine figure in a final, silent showdown. He saw the Avada Kedavra curse hit its caster. He felt the echo of that death through 7 fraying threads. And he felt his own thread, the one anchored to the scar, to the fragment, go taut, then slack. The connection vanished. The pain ceased so abruptly it left a ringing silence in its wake. The fragment in his well didn't scream. It unraveled. Like smoke in a sudden wind, the cold, coiled knot of hatred and entitlement simply dissipated. The void where it had been was just a void. Not a poisoned one. Just empty. The weight was gone. The constant, background hum of wrongness that had been the soundtrack of his life for 17 years, stopped. Henry slid down the wall onto the damp pavement, gasping. He felt light. He felt clean. The scar on his forehead was just a scar, a ridge of old tissue, numb and inert. He sat there for a long time, as the first drops of rain began to fall. The magical shockwave faded, leaving the city's normal, grimy aura. But it was different. The stain of terror was lifting. He could feel it receding, like a tide going out. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. It was over. Voldemort was dead. The other horcruxes were destroyed. And the fragment in him, orphaned and anchorless, had simply ceased to exist. The soul could not live when the master was gone. He was free. The word had no meaning. It was too big. He had built his entire identity on containment, on defiance, on the management of that poison. Now the poison was gone. What was left? He got to his feet, his legs unsteady. He walked back to his bedsit in the rain, feeling the water on his face, feeling the strange, new, unobstructed flow of his own magic. It was still there, the well, deep and powerful. But it was just magic now. His magic. Not a turbulent sea fighting a black oil spill. Just water. He unlocked his door, stepped into the damp, dark little room. He didn't turn on the light. He stood in the center of the floor, listening to the rain on the window, feeling the vast, echoing quiet inside his own head. He had won. He had outlasted. He had contained the uncontainable and survived the unsurvivable. He had done it alone, on his own terms, without ever lifting a wand in anger. He should have felt triumph. Elation. He felt nothing. A vast, hollow exhaustion. He sat on the edge of his hard bed. He thought of the witch in pink who had wanted to cage him. Of the Death Eaters who would have killed him. Of the old wizard who had offered him a role he'd refused. Of the old woman who had given him tea and taught him to be a stone. Of the sharp-eyed girl who had made car alarms scream for him. He thought of the boy with his face in the visions, who had fought and won a very different war. He was not that boy. He was Henry. He had been hairy, and black, and green, and moss. Now he was just himself. A man with a scar and a quiet power, sitting in a rented room in a city that was slowly exhaling after a long nightmare. He lay back on the bed, staring at the stained ceiling. The psychic fortress, the layers, the oubliette, they were still there, but they were empty now. A monument to a war fought entirely within. He closed his eyes. For the first time in his memory, he did not practice being the sky or the mountain. He just was. A man, tired, free, and utterly unsure of what came next. The rain tapped a gentle, ending rhythm on the glass. In a small, tidy house in Little Whinging, an old woman felt the change in the world's magic. She set down her knitting, a slow smile spreading across her wrinkled face. She went to the window and looked out at the night. "Well done, my boy," she whispered. "You held the line." On a hill overlooking the city, a young woman with fierce brown eyes watched the rain from her own window, a complex radio scanner silent beside her. She felt the tension seep from the air. She picked up a chess piece, a white knight, and held it tightly in her hand. A draw. But the game was over. She allowed herself a single, quiet tear of relief. And in a castle far to the north, amidst the rubble and the mourning and the dawning joy, a weary old portrait on a wall sighed, a profound sadness and a deeper respect in his painted eyes. The piece that had removed itself from the board had, in its own stubborn, silent way, contributed to the checkmate. Not with a glorious charge, but with an immovable, unbreakable will. The game was won, and the fortress, having never been stormed, stood silent and empty, a testament to a different kind of victory. Henry slept dreamlessly. For the first time in 17 years, he was just a man, sleeping in the rain. The war was over. His war. Their war. All of it. And in the quiet of the new dawn, the question remained, gentle and immense as the sky. What now? If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.